Hello, friends, and welcome to the Blue Otter League Platinum Series. We are here in the quarterfinals of playoffs between CB Rush and TA Spectre. I'm Nyarko, joined by Feedonomics here on Color Casting, and we are super excited to bring you this series. How are you feeling tonight, buddy?
Well, back from a vacation, ready for quarters. I'm excited. I want a Game 5 series. I don't know about you, but
Ooh.
Game 5 series, right? That's the whole point of playoffs is to go 5 games, isn't it?
Yeah, pulling out the silver scrapes and getting a dramatic few runbacks is always really fantastic to see, but I'm sure we're going to get exciting games regardless of how long these things go. That being said, I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched and there's a lot to look out for. CB Rush are considered the favorites and they will be starting on blue side for this game, but at the same time, TA Spectre not far behind in regards to their overarching win rate in this series. And I think that they're going to be really exciting to watch out. They've brought a lot of really unique things to the table, and they have gotten a really solid set of players here tonight. We are going to be moving into the ban phase right now.
All right, here we go. First ban's on the board. CB Rush banning out Volibear. Like that ban. Volibear's a scary man. Nobody wants to deal with a bear that's out of control.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be continuing a focus on junglers here early on. TA Spectre knocking Kindred from the pool. I think that going back and forth between the way in which these two teams have played, we've been seeing a lot of focus on the jungle mid matchup. And I think that therefore taking away a lot of the priority from these picks and just kind of pinching the pool away is just going to open up the possibilities for both teams to kind of draft more freely top and bot side.
I mean, and there's another jungler taken off the board too with Rek'Sai. That being said, where do you think... So then 3 junglers banned out in the beginning, or do we see a Hecarim ban come across? I mean, it's not going to be 3 junglers on both sides. Now Thresh is getting banned out for TA Spectre. Don't want to see that in Rush's hands.
Yeah, I think pinching that heavily probably isn't going to be in either team's best interests. Although, that being said, CB Rush really doesn't want to
be Spectre. You're not allowed to junk. I don't know. If Hecarim's not banned here, do you think he's picked?
I don't think so. I think that he's been pretty reduced in terms of his play rate ever since the nerfs of 12.7 came across. And so those people who are comfortable with the champion definitely can still play him. But there's just a pretty wide board of other things that are currently viable. Heck, I mean, I saw Rumble Jungle played yesterday in the AVL. So across the board, people are trying a bunch of different stuff out, and there are some spicy takes to be sure. That being said, Ornn, much more standard, going to be opening up in this P1 for CB Rush.
Yeah, and I mean, taking it away from Corn, also a really, really big move there. It's definitely a comfort pick for him. And then it looks like we have our mid or maybe bot lane already picked out for the side of TA Spectre. They could technically go Senna Vigar bot lane.
Yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily a terrible choice here. Obviously, you typically see a fasting Senna set up with something a little bit more tanky like the Tahm Kench, but Veigar benefits really heavily from just grabbing farm and going for that duo lane up with the Senna. Definitely could be functional. That being said, I would be much more open to Veigar going to the hands of Fossil Dyna there in the mid lane for TA Spectre, and now we see the jungler come through for CB Rush in the form of the Jarvan IV.
I do like, I mean, you know, you can't really talk about synergy on a team comp right away looking at the first two picks for either side, but both picks are kind of lining up to look, well, all three picks for CB Rush now kind of seem to synergize a little bit, right? There's a lot of CC on the side of Rush already, and it looks like Zach is going to be the jungler for Spectre.
I really enjoyed this Zach Hover. They're a very supportive champion, very tanky as well. So that will just kind of align with the high damage that you already are drafting for the team in the form of the Senna and the Veigar. So going for this, locking it in and kind of getting yourself shored up to play a more force style that is different to two lanes definitely could be a path the way forward for TA Spectre. It will be confirmed for Tyrant Rex. And now we move into the second ban phase with Silas getting hovered at the very least.
They're targeting me.
They don't want. They said no. We don't want Feednox to talk about Silas Tech yet again. No, we gotta
only
get it
talk
out
about Silas. The only thing that can happen now is if you are getting banned out, and then I'll just cry. I'll just walk away. Like the stream will be over. I'll go back on vacation.
There's just another cruise waiting in the harbor for you, just waiting to see what the picks are going to be here in the BOL. Well, I don't really know if a Fiora ban is worth it at this point. Up against Ornn, it is a champion that can be picked, but I think more than likely we're going to be seeing something like a Gwen or Camille to match up, especially given the fact that you really want that true damage and you want the ability to continue to act aggressively. You have a tanky frontliner, so now having someone that's a bit more bruisery that can do a bit more damage and get things softened up for Veigar and Senna, I think would be really valuable.
All right, here we go. And Dr. Mundo, not allowed to go where he pleases.
Yeah, that last one being boxed out alongside the Mordekaiser. Two interesting bans for CB Rush. They have definitely targeted TA Spectre pretty heavily in the top and jungle roles. And given the fact that there's quite a bit of flexibility in regards to where the Senna and Veigar are going, we could be seeing a pretty free support pick here. That being said, the Gangplank Hover, I actually really like. It's going to be pretty solid into that tank top side of the map, and he can easily get set up to start one-shotting some of these other champions from CB Rush.
Barrel. Though I don't think that you really one-shot Nautilus or Ornn, right? Like maybe you get a chance to, depending on how Jarvan builds, you could, but it is going to be a little difficult.
Yeah, I don't think that those are the champions you're focusing on, but we still haven't actually seen the bot lane get picked for CB Rush here. And if they're going to go something relatively stable, maybe we're going to be seeing something like a Xayah come through here or a Caitlyn. I think that it is probably the case that that's the champion you want to be targeting with a Gangplank. And the fact that he also does have relatively decent damage against these bigger, beefier champions is also going to be pretty valuable. Ooh, the Corki Hover. Is this in fact Yasuo a bot?
Mid? Yeah, that's not a Yasuo mid at all, right? Like that's got to be Corki mid.
Yeah, there's definitely some flex potential there. I think Corki can go bot side. We have seen that in the past, although not necessarily in the Blue Otter League. Typically, when we see the Corki, it is in that mid matchup. You handshake away priority in the lane with something like a Victor. In this case, if we see CB Rush reading that it's going to be the Veigar matchup, going for something that scales so heavily but power spikes maybe slightly sooner than the Veg is not that big of an issue. And ooh, the Lucian lock in here. A lot of spicy stuff on the table so far.
Hey man, we've got the power couple bot lane on the side of Spectre. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the most synergistic thing, unfortunately. Obviously, Lucian is going to be taking the farm, but just in terms of how these two champions play, Senna is really going to be relied on to get roots so that Lucian's able to play super aggressively early on. Meanwhile, we are going to see Senna kind of struggle, especially up against something like a Nautilus. That's a very squishy lane that you have to contend with. And if it is, in fact, the Yasuo bot, we could see it very difficult for Lucian to actually burst anyone down.
Yeah, Wind Wall will play a huge factor into this game. I can already feel it. There is a lot of things that he will be able to disrupt with it on the side of Spectre. Depending on where he places it, he could stop a barrel explosion, which would be pretty impressive. I would love to see that. And then the culling, and I'm pretty sure that Senna's ultimate also gets blocked by that. Along with everything but Dark Matter and the Baby Cage for Veigar.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty forward-thinking choice here. I think that CB Rush are probably going to be matching the Corki up with the Veigar, so I'm going to be watching this bot lane with pretty rapt interest because obviously Nautilus Yasuo have the ability to really snowball and just get out of control in terms of their kill potential, but at the same time, Senna Lucian no slouch in putting out the damage, so if we see one of these two players from CB Rush mispositioned, they can get punished really heavily and out-kited, so that's something to watch out for, and especially given the fact that you have great gank setup and counter gank setup with the Zac being able to kind of position yourself, especially on red side behind the wall and elastic slingshot over, you have a really solid means by which to interrupt pushes from CB Rush.
No, that I agree with. Chat is bringing up a couple of really good points here. It could be a Lucian mid.
Ooh,
we didn't even
think
about that. We didn't even think about Lucian going mid lane and then the Senna Veigar being the bot lane combo like we had discussed earlier. Also, another shout out to chat for saying that barrels do ignore armor. But like I said, there's a chance for the barrels not to quite land because of Yasuo, and there's just so much knockup synergy on the side of Yasuo, like for the Jarvan knockup, the Nautilus knockup, like Ornn sending in the Ram. Like I love it. I love CB's comp. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, CB Rush definitely have a lot of ways for Percy on this Yasuo to really pop off. So I'm going to be watching that for sure. I think that they are very much oriented towards getting really solid team fights set up. They also have really good pick potential with the Nautilus, especially if the Yasuo is able to free up this bot side of the map. But at the end of the day, TA Spectre also has quite the chops here, a lot of damage output from various champions, and you kind of have a nice wave to ride. Lucian is going to be a powerhouse early, and you're going to scale up really nicely with the Senna Veigar bot side of the map. In fact, it will be Fossil Dyna on the Lucian instead of what we were talking about earlier with Veigar mid, and so this is going to put a little bit more pressure on CBR Rutledge on the Corki early.
No, yeah, you're not wrong there at all. Corki normally handshakes that lane off, right? But what happens whenever you just get completely out damaged in the early game? You're not gonna have a lot of fun. You're gonna need help from Cade for sure, if you're Rutledge. But like I said, I just kind of like Rush's comp more from they are tanky. We'll see if Corn is able to bully Ornn. Noble attempt on Ornn with most likely Grasp of the Undying. I would assume the Gangplank is going to go Grasp.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that CB Rush has a little bit more coherent of a composition and a more clear goal in regards to how they want to approach team fights in their overall game plan. But at the same time, they can't let TA Spectre get ahead, because if you give a ton of gold over to something like the Gangplank, or you allow for Lucian to actually scale well just by being ahead in kills, you are going to struggle really heavily to just outdamage these champions. And if TA Spectre gets the advantage of priority over the river, and in turn priority over these neutral objectives, trying to walk in on champions like the Gangplank with the barrel set up, or the Zac who may be hiding behind a wall, can just end in disaster for CB Rush. So there's a lot to contend with here, and I'm really excited for this early game because of these factors.
Yeah, no, like you said, I'm really excited just to see this come out. Valkyrie's obviously going to be a way for Corki to be able to escape pretty easily, but that level one, or that early gank pressure that Zac could put down with the slingshot, like you were talking about, is going to be a lot with Lucian's damage. No one else can see my mouse as I'm like sort of clicking and hovering over these picks to bring my point up more. But I don't know. Who do you think's getting first blood? Like, we haven't played our game in like 2 weeks.
Hear me out. What I think is going to happen is that Zac is going to path bot side after starting on red buff, and is going to get solid pressure onto Yasuo and Nautilus. Yasuo is going to be dashing forward to try to pressure Veigar. Veigar baby cages the Yasuo. Senna gets a root for the wombo combo of CC. Zac jumps in, and that is going to be a bye-bye to the CB Rush bot laner early.
Okay, all right. I like that a lot, but I want to sit there and say that it happens in bot lane, but in Rush's favor, because Yasuo wind walls a bunch of the burst damage that Spectre has, and Jarvan comes down for the counter gank, right? So first blood ends up happening to maybe Zac, or like even the Veigar or the Senna. All those characters are kind of squishy early, right?
That's for sure. All right. With that in mind, we'll chalk that up onto the board and throw it to a quick break here. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss this first round between these two teams, though. This is going to be a hot quarterfinals, and you also want to see who comes out on top in our classic Who Takes First Blood game.
Don't go anywhere, guys. Like, I'm super excited. 5-game series.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League's Platinum Series. We are here with a quarterfinals match between CB Rush and TA Spectre, opening things off with a classic 5 points. Yasuo a little bit late getting to lane, just getting all those jitters out as we are going to be deciding a lot of how this series will play out here with game number 1. A little bit of a flag drop, just get some vision from a blue team, but right now things are remaining pretty darn calm.
Yeah, just gonna have our standard stand and make sure that no invades are gonna happen. Though honestly, I don't know. I would have liked to have seen the Nautilus invade. If you get one of those flashes for the bot lane early, then that would just be extra doom and curtains, right? But I don't know. We'll see how this pans out right now. I'm like excited for them to finally get into this. It does seem like we do have some pings coming down. They do know that the bush is warded. I just want to see first blood. It's not gonna happen. When is first blood gonna happen, Narco? I would say 8 minutes.
8 minutes. That's a pretty conservative guess. I'm going to say a solid 5 minutes in. We could see a solo bolo from one of these lanes. Who is to say? Things are volatile. Things are hot. Things are exciting here in the Blue Otter League already. Noble attempt from Korn going at it. I think Korn may be a little bit angry that his namesake has been stolen away by CB Rush.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like. Ornn started Doran's shield, so they should be plenty safe. Corrupting oh! What do we got going on over here?
Looks like we got a cheese gank. Cade already coming up, trying to catch out Korn here. Flash is available for the gangplank. There's the flag and drag, though, and he's trying to pin Korn into the wall. But ultimately, this will be the top laner of TA Spectre getting back to tower pretty safely.
Yeah, no, just the tried and true gank survival of walk away.
And this is... Yeah, this is a pretty interesting path. You have to realize that we have Jarvan going straight from red buff all the way to top side of the map. So that's a pretty dramatic change to the clear path, and I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a tempo change. That being said, King Rolly bot side in quite a bit of trouble here. The Ignite is down, and Yasuo will get the kill. Panir now running around, trying to stay within the minion wave, dropping down the damage where they can, but the double-double to open things off for CB Rush here. Unassisted double kill. Well, assisted in as much as you have a Nautilus, but that was a really solid start for the blue team.
Yeah, that's really well played on the side of CB Rush there to basically, I don't know, that wins the lane hands down, right? What do you do anymore at that point if you're the side of Spectre except kind of play at your tower for the rest of the game? You get the recall. Ooh.
This is going to be a rough situation. We saw the elastic slingshot getting prepared by Tyrant Rex right there, but ultimately Cade rotating into the area kind of dissuaded the Zac from going in. CBR Rutledge just going to heal up a little bit as we see the Zac trying to grab out the bot side Scuttle Crab. Things are going to calm down for the time being, but like you were talking about, Feed, a lot of drama so far, and not any of it going in favor of TA Spectre.
Yeah, no, that was definitely well played on the side of Percy and Kania. Well, and they should just be able to continue to do it, right?
I would agree.
I don't think that they stop it. There's a big wave here, so maybe that's dissuading them. But it looks like Cade is rotating down. Will get spotted by a ward if they try to sneak over though.
Yeah, and you have to be a little bit suspicious if you're Panir and King Rolly here, given how heavy this push is being allowed to occur. There's the baby cage, and we do get the root drop down onto Kanina, who will try to dredge line, but that will be no dice, and Cade will show bot side of the map for TA Spectre.
Yeah, no, like I don't know. The baby cage is pretty dissuading there. Does make sense that they died early if the skill order was not taking E second, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying here. And we do have a level advantage over to King Rolly and Panir, actually. Kanina just now getting to level 4. Percy spending a little bit of time on their back and also just letting these waves push in to try to prepare Cade for a gank. But ultimately, they're just going to catch right back up and stay ahead in gold for sure.
You know, the other thing that we didn't think about with that top lane gank early is that Korn did get a bit of a level advantage over Noble as well. A little bit of the experience getting sapped off to the Jarvan.
Yeah, that's definitely something to watch out for as well. And because Korn already is going to have a relatively favorable matchup in to Noble Attempts Champion, just due to the kind of damage and armor shred that we see the Gangplank bring to the table. One thing I want to point out here, though, is the big CS gap that is developing mid between CBR Rutledge and Fossil Dyna. Dyna did have to back, which can explain a little bit of it, but this Lucian really needs to play aggressively here if they want to make the most out of this lane. All the while, CB Rush rotating over to grab this Ocean Drake that has spawned.
Yeah, and once again, this seems completely, well, it is free. This is free real estate, 110%. So an early Blue Drake or an early Ocean Drake going over to the side of CB. I mean, nobody's gonna get mad about that, right? If you're on the side of CB, you may not like it so much if you're TA Spectre.
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed, especially in these big playoff matches, is that grabbing Drakes is great, but they are worth far less when you're behind. When you already have a little bit of a lead like CB Rush has here, you have the ability to threaten stacking really effectively. You're able to kind of take them on cooldown and force contestations from TA Spectre. So if we continue to see the momentum go in favor of Blue Squad, this could be a clear win con very early on into the game, claiming a soul.
No, I completely agree with you there. What is the next Drake?
Oh, that was a big dredge line being landed down onto Panera. Kanina, though, going to have to walk this one out. Luckily, not really hit by a whole lot of abilities as they peel away. Maybe a little bit too far forward for Percy to really follow up, but this shows the aggression that CB Rush is looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I never like ganking too close to the turret pre-level 6. Just because turrets are very effective in League of Legends early game. They hurt. But we'll see what happens here in a level for the bot laners, right? Level 6 will be a big deal. You get a lot of damage for the side of TA Spectre, but at the same time, you just have a lot more lockdown on the side of Rush.
Yeah, and I think that another thing to crest is going to be the level 6 spike for the junglers as well. Having Cataclysm at your disposal is just going to make Cade's ganks a lot more effective, and he'll be able to kind of really step up and put the gas pedal on. That being said, we have one of those fights running our tower like you're talking about, Feednomics. A lot of damage going back down onto Percy. Now the chase is had. Paneer, though, going to get hit quite hard by the Nautilus, but with the Zac in the area and the call of the cannons coming down from Korn, this is going to be Percy going on a killing spree before both of the members of CB Rush fall bot side.
Yeah, and
more of a fight now as well. Cade rotating into the area, able to pick up the kill onto Paneer before turning his attention to Tyrant Rex. Meanwhile, top side of the map, Noble attempting Korn going at it. There's the call of the Forge God. Nice juke from Korn, but it's not going to be enough. A headbutt is going to splatter the Gangplank on the wall, and it is going to be more kills picked up for CB Rush across the map. A score of 5-2 at 8 minutes.
Oh, we gotta watch out for Cade. They are a little too deep right now. If they would have continued after, I think King Rolly and Tyrant would have found a way to get a kill. But, oh no.
Yeah, nice approach here. No. King Rolly going for rotation, only gonna get punished for it. There's the blast plan, knocking the Jarvan straight into Zac, but nobody really wants to take this fight on the side of TA Spectre. There's the calling being used by Fossil Dyna, able to come into the area. Now Cade's going really low. Paneer will be able to pick that kill up. Kanina, though, going to be tenacious here, try to pull themselves onto Paneer and Fossil Dyna, tanking a lot of damage to do so. Now the elastic slingshot is being channeled by the Zac. Fossil Dyna going low. Percy in the area will grab that kill, and now they're fighting behind the towers. Paneer gonna have to be sent on a run back towards the tier 2s.
Yeah, I don't think there was another way to path, right? Like Percy did a very good job at shoving the wave up so that they could walk in there to basically be at the right place at the right time. CB does seem to be playing this very well.
It's going to be death used, and the knockup goes down onto Paneer. King Rolly will be able to grab one here, and now Paneer is emerging back up from going golden, and Percy may be on a little bit of a run here. Wants to try to trade a kill back, but will not be able to do so. It's going to be the double kill for King Rolly, grabbing that shutdown away from the Yasuo.
Well, so that was definitely a caster curse right there on the side of CB, because I was just talking about how well they were positioning and playing, and then perhaps a slight misstep to try and go in for that all in under the tower early.
Yeah, Kanina a
Sort
bit
of like I
over
was talking about.
aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Very good use of your stopwatch if you are Paneer though.
Yeah, definitely saving your life, helping for King Rolly to get that kill now. And with the Noonquaver built alongside Lost Chapter, Paneer and King Rolly will have quite a bit more damage output for Percy and Kanina to contend with.
Yeah, but still, like Yasuo is gonna get there. He's gonna get a shield burst sometime soon. Um, Probably next back. I don't know how much gold he's actually missing for it. But Vigard did finish his glacial or his Everfrost, so we will be seeing an extra bit of lockdown on the side of TA Spectre, which everyone loves to see, right?
Yeah, I think that going for the Everfrost has kind of been the standard choice on the Veigar for a while. And while it doesn't really have the raw damage output that a lot of these other more expensive mythics do, it just adds so much insurance for the Veigar to position well, just catch people out and continue the lockdown, especially when combined with Event Horizon. Meanwhile, top side of the map, Korn going to go for the headbutt with the Call of the Forge God. And now it is going to be the Gangplank in a little bit of trouble. That being said, Percy also caught out under tower by Paneer with that Event Horizon. Luckily, he hadn't aggro with the tower yet, and he's just going to continue to whack away at it. There is the Everfrost, though, and the Yasuo is going to be sent on the run. Definitely had a bit of a health disadvantage. There's the Baby Cage coming out, and the W is going to be answered back with the ultimate. Percy is going to get the solo bolo there against the Veigar.
Very
lane, huge dive going down onto Fossil Diana. Cade gonna grab that one. Across the map, more and more small victories being picked up for CB Rush. That being said, TA Spectre trying to answer something back top side of the map. There's the cannon barrage down onto Ornn, and while that is raining hell down, it will be Korn picking up a kill against their namesake here. And so across that, it's going to be a 2-4-1 in favor of CB Rush. But at least TA Spectre answering back a little bit here and there.
Yeah, no, this is really exciting. This is going on a lot. We're going to have the mid tower obviously fall here. 2 turret plates is not enough to survive the charge from Rift Herald. Shelly is too strong. But once again, like Percy playing lights out right now on this Yasuo. Just the fact that they stood under turret and just kind of auto-attacked it diligently, did not get caught up in the cage, and had Paneer hold off on their ultimate long enough because of the fear of it getting wind walled, right? It just kind of did it again. I don't know. He's playing super exciting, like super well. If you are a CB fan, you have to be happy with what you're seeing in the bot lane at the moment.
Yeah, not only a great play, but great draft choice, I think, coming through for our CB Rush here. They have grabbed this game by the horns, as it were, definitely ahead, pulling about 3.8k now against TA Spectre, and that's going to lead to invades like this. We see the Valkyrie forward from CBR Rutledge to help Cade try to force Tyrant Rex outside of their own jungle here. They got a huge chunk taken out of them, and you really have to watch out. This truly is the domain of the blue squad now.
Yeah, there's no place on the map that's really safe if enough members of CB Rush are on the side of it, right? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this tower bot side's going to go down. I think this is where we're going to be seeing another fight. There's the knock-up and huge ultimate coming through from Yasuo. Percy running far forward in order to try to kill Fossil Dyna as we see 3 members of TA Spectre fall. The double-double so far for the Corki. CBR Rutledge going to continue to help with this push. We may see a dive down onto Tyrant Rex, but I think that CB Rush have come to get what they needed, so they will just settle for ravaging the jungle of the red team.
Yeah, no, looking at it again, they are doing a fantastic job of just zoning, taking what they can right now. Maybe learned a little bit from that accidental death on the bot lane. And honestly, the CS disparity is still huge in between the side of mid lane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, one
That
well-placed
damage.
dredge line and King Rolly is taken out as well. CBR Rutledge is fully powered up now on the Corki. Tyrant Rex maybe trying to go in, will get hit in the face with an anchor though, and is now trying to chase down alongside Faisal Dyna. Kanina going to have to flash over the wall. Great maneuvering from the Nautilus, but Faisal Dyna is somehow going to be able to pick up a kill and a shutdown before dying in turn to CBR Rutledge. A 1-for-1 all told, and that is a lot of tenaciousness though coming from TA Spectre, and those are the kind of plays that you need to stay in this one.
Yeah, no, exactly. You want to see your mid laner that's been sort of like down and shut out for a second.
Sandwiched here. Sorry, Feedonomics. Let me run through this one really quick. The Zac trying to do as much as possible to keep Percy away from the setup, but it's not going to be enough. There's one kill so far, but Percy will eventually get rooted and shut down with the help of both Cannon Barrage and Panir's own power. Another 1-for-1. You keep taking trades like that, though, you will be putting a lot of gold into the pockets of CB Rush, but right now, I think that you just desperately need to scale up champions like Panir's Vhagar to try to get ahead in this one.
I don't know, man. It took 3.5 champions to take out one on the side of Rush, right? And it still was almost just a straight free 2v1.
That's definitely true, but you know, now that it ultimately ended up as a 1v1, things are only going to look a little bit brighter for TA Spectre there. I don't think that they can really secure a ton of kills for free. You have to make sacrifices like that. And as long as those are remaining relatively even, you are scaling up champions like the Vhagar.
And it does help when you're getting bounties, right? Like that was all that I was gonna harp on earlier. The only kill that Fossil Dyna has at the moment was a 750 gold like kill onto the Corki. And it looks like we're about to get another dive.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God plus Depth Charge going to be utilized. Korn just not able to output any damage whatsoever as they get dogpiled by CB Rush top side of the map, intent on taking down the last tier 1 turret. They will grab it here. All the while, we see CBR Rutledge and Percy pushing down mid.
Did you see the damage that Corki just pulled off on the bot lane of TA Spectre there?
Yeah, it's pretty darn gross, and it's only going to get grosser as it looks like TA Spectre actually want the fight. The culling going down, shield bow activated, but not going to be enough to keep Percy alive. But this wraparound from Cade and Kanina is so powerful. There are 3 members now down for TA Spectre. Zac and Lucian are going to have to book it back towards base just to ensure that the push doesn't go any further for CB Rush, and things are all looking up for Blue Squad as the second Rift Herald of the game is started up.
Yeah, and if it wasn't like a kill disparity, it would definitely be a CS disparity right now. CB Rush is out farming everywhere except for in the jungle currently, and you've got to think that 10 CS is not 4 kills.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, at this point, it's going to be almost impossible for TA Spectre to come back without CB Rush just making a big mistake, which is definitely possible, but this team has been so clean throughout the entirety of this Platinum Series, Feedonomics, and so when you are against such an unstoppable force and you are playing from behind, I think it's going to be tough for TA Spectre to keep a positive outlook on this game.
Yeah, no, I worry about the next time that a team fight actually comes down. It does seem like everybody has their mythic items on both sides of the field, but you have to look at the fact that there are multiple items on the side of all the players for CB, as opposed to just the mythic item and some components if you're the side of TA Spectre.
Yeah, and when you look at the champions, that's going to be a flight forward from Tyrant Rex to try to start this fight against Kanina and CBR Rutledge. Nice knockup from the Nautilus, but with only the Corki there to try to put damage down onto the rest of the team, and him being zoned out by the Cannon Barrage, it's going to be a little bit difficult for CB Rush to answer back on this one.
Yeah, but here comes
really
Percy.
Nice pick. Yeah, Percy going to get rooted, though, and baby caged in turn, forces the wind wall out. So for the time being, that is going to be a 1-0 kill score for TA Spectre there in that fight. You need those kinds of plays. I'm liking the grouping. I'm liking the picks. Noble attempt, though. Going to use this opportunity to get a nice split off.
Yeah, did a little bit of damage on that top turret, but the bottom turret is where the action's going to be at. Shelly getting popped again, that second Rift Herald secured. It's probably going to get 2 charges off.
I doubt it. This is going to be a big
Oh no, the smite!
Yeah, and now Percy, maybe a little bit too far forward, will have to go on the run. King really not able to get a root off on to the Yasuo, so he will continue to just stay in the area. And this is going to be a pretty big one as we see Tyrant Rex jump in. Yasuo way too far forward, getting exhausted, and there is the fully channeled calling for Fossil Diana to pick that one up. I think there may have been a little bit of miscommunication from CB Rush there.
Yeah, I think Percy wanted to fight, and then everybody was like playing a really mean April Fool's joke.
Far too late. It's almost May.
I mean, but it's still April. Like April Fool, like that's the secret of April Fool's jokes. Strike when it's least expected. Oh, speaking of least expected,
out here we do have the baby cage, but it's not going to be enough to stop the collapse for the entirety of CB Rush. That being said, Rutledge going low. The Corki going to have to be far back in this one as we see the cage come through. Teleport's also being channeled right now. Kanina caught out. Will have to flash away as we see Cade go in, going on a rampage before getting shut down themselves by the Veigar. Noble attempt really far forward here to try to pressure out Fossil Diana, and now maybe trying to walk back around to catch up with Kanina and CBR. Rutledge both are so low right now. Those are such tantalizing picks for TA Spectre, but CB Rush will get out alive with yet another 1-for-1 on the board.
Almost a really good TP on the side of Fossil Dyna to keep... I mean, it was a good TP, right? It did keep Tyrant alive a little bit longer and force a trade from Cade, which is a lot better than just having your jungler die for free, right? Though yeah, we have the most important Dragon Soul being taken here for the side of Rush at the moment.
I feel like I'm totally alone in my unabashed love of Cloud Soul. I love the movement speed. It's the most important stat in the game, don't you know?
Well, go ahead and show your math, please. I'm very curious.
I mean, I play a lot of Dead Man's Plate Quinn support, so I don't know if that helped.
Never mind. I just I asked and I shouldn't have. So there we have it. It does look like we're getting a slight lull as we have people positioning, though action's about to happen.
Yeah, big claps there at the Valkyrie forward from CBR. Rutledge, King Raleigh going to go down in surprising fashion here. Korn going to flash outside of the Cataclysm from the Jarvan in order to get down onto the Corki. We'll be able to dogpile them alongside Tyrant Rex, and Percy is going to get a Forp against Paneer to continue this push from the side of CB Rush. We see a nice dredge line being landed. It is a 3v4, and so many members of TA Spectre are within a burst range for these monstrous champions on the blue side.
Yeah, you just gotta watch out if you're the side of TA Spectre right now. I mean, and it's about to happen again. Like, here comes the dives.
Yeah, Kanina not able to hit the dredge line to start things off yet again, but all the while, CB Rush will just grab a turret for their efforts. Percy so far forward, there's Tyrant Rush going into the backline, would get immediately bursted down. Kanina, in fact, picking up that kill. There is the cannon barrage, maybe a little bit too far forward, though, not really going to keep any of the members of CB Rush within its shots. And so with that in mind, it's just going to be one more kill mopped up for the blue side.
On a slight shower thought, are we sure that's not Cania?
I don't know.
Mania with a K.
So, someone verify this in chat for us, please.
Yeah, help us out here. I need
where
to
the
know.
eye is. Yeah,
Baron is being started. Baron is secured for the side of Rush at this point in time. Just the gold bleed keeps piling on. We are at, what is that, 11K almost? That's a really big gold discrepancy now.
Yeah, this is what I would consider to be insurmountable. Typically, when you see the victory coming through for the team that's behind, it's not through clawing back kills. It's just by getting to the very long game, getting a surprise ace off, and just running it down mid from there. So you really kind of have to look for desperation tactics now for TA Spectre side. They have just gotten choked out of gold this game, and in turn, this is a huge advantage for CB Rush.
I mean, choked out of gold is not a bad way to put it, but, you know, they do get a lot of just damage for free. Like, or I guess it's not free, because Gangplank does a lot of damage, but
Oh,
like
there's
Zygarde.
Rush
Oh
getting caught
no,
by the fucking
Tyrant.
drag from the side of Cade, and now we got a huge dog pile and huge push from CB Rush. There's a fully channeled calling once again, but it's going to be soaked up by a lot of these tanky members, and CB Rush is just going to push forward with that Baron buff. They're going to look to crack open this first inhibitor and maybe go even deeper on into the enemy base if one of these engaged tools can land. Percy playing very far forward. He's got that cringe bow, he's got that full health bar, and he's looking to scrap as we see the rotation down to bot side.
Yeah. Missiles just hurt.
I just called it cringe bow on stream.
You did.
I'm so sorry, Blue Water League.
You did. I've already talked to you about Candy. Yeah, I actually thought you intended to do that, so I was just gonna let it ride. But
Right.
you've played yourself.
I played
As
myself.
this bottom turret is falling, it's going to be followed up by the inhibitor. There is nothing that TA Spectre can do at the moment to sort of dissuade this. Noble, like, just tanking tower shots and CC like it's candy, as Fossil Dyna has to limp back to tower.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. I think CB Rush can even afford to play super aggressive here, because if they get aced, it's not much like TA Spectre will get a lot for doing so. And there we see the approach now. Cade super far forward. The Cataclysm is not going to keep him alive, though, but the fight right behind the Nexus Towers means that this is on relatively even ground. Yasuo with the double-double so far, going to get Baby Cage right here, trying to burst down Tyrant and Rex, but will get shut down in a turn by Faisal Dana. But all the while, look at what has happened. Both of the Nexus turrets have fallen. Kanina, Noble attempt, and Rutledge
That's a
still
dead
alive. There
Dyna.
goes the Lucian, and there goes the hopes of TA Spectre coming back in game one. A double kill for Rutledge, maybe looking for a triple here.
He's getting the triple.
There it goes over for Corki, and there goes down the Nexus.
That's game one. I'm not gonna lie. That was impressively done by the side of CB Rush. You love to see it if that was the team that you had picking winning the series, right? Do you think that they can follow up on the success next game?
I think that they have the momentum clearly on their side right here, Feednomics. Obviously, anything can happen. TA Spectre definitely don't count them out yet. They have proven themselves to be tenacious throughout the Blue Otter League, but it really felt like CB Rush didn't even break a sweat in those in that game. They had a fantastic draft phase, translated that over to easy solo kills within the laning phase. Perfection. It's going to be a tough ask, that's for sure.
I'm kind of speechless after that one. The double kill bot lane, like, to start off, just, I think it was too much of a surmountable lead to come back from.
Yeah, and we are going to let you get your speech back here, Feednomics. We are going to throw it to a quick break, and we will see how everyone collects themselves as we will enter into the draft for game number 2 when we return.
Yeah, exciting series. It's a bloodbath.
And as the dulcet tones of Piercing Light fade away, we will return here with a game between CB Rush and TA Spectre here in the Blue Otter League. For those of you just tuning in, we witnessed a spectacular first game. CB Rush popping off, crushing the TA Spectre, and looking to repeat that here as we move into the draft phase.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for these bands to come out. We have it ticking down right now. So let's see what the first one, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Volibear getting banned out for CB Rush again. But Yep, there you go. It looks like we have a mirror bans at least the first 2 times.
Yeah, definitely not too torn up about it. As you were saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. CB Rush performed admirably in game number 1 and really limited what Tyrant Rex could do by putting them onto the Zac. So knocking out some of these more meta junglers, some of these junglers that have a little bit more kill potential, I think is really, really smart by them. TA Spectre going to be mirroring their bans, though clearly they feel that the issue was not in what they were knocking away from the pool, and we are seeing the run back continue with the orange selection.
Just run it back. Why not? I mean, like, just literally we just have a straight run back going on. I want to see Senna get locked in.
Yeah, I don't know if the mix-up is going to have as much value here in the second round through, just because the last time even we were thrown for the loop as to where the Lucian was going to go. And the Lucian mid, I just don't think fared super well in the hands of Fossil Dyna against CBR Rutledge. There is a little bit of a shift there, as we will be seeing the Shen instead could be going in the place of the Gangplank.
Oh yeah, no, that's a River Shin, Narco.
Yes, please.
No, that is exactly what's gonna happen. Corn is most likely gonna be on that Shin. I mean,
River Shin.
I like that matchup too, but I didn't even feel like he did that bad on the Gangplank. But you do have Twitch getting locked in for the ADC on the side of Rush. We aren't going to see a Yasuo this time around.
I think going a little bit more standard is perfectly fine, especially as you want to round them out here in the first set of selections. Twitch Lulu, a classic combination for sure. Any hyper carry being paired with this little pixie nightmare is quite the recipe for success. CB Rush going to follow through with that here. TA Spectre, meanwhile, on that Nautilus hover, looking to take that away from the equation. CB Rush used that to perfections in the hands of Kanina. Did we get a confirmation on that name, by the way?
I don't know if we ever got a confirmation. I'm gonna see if I can hunt that down. I'm gonna see if I can hunt that down really quick.
I think it's Kanina. But yeah, it's going to be, in fact, go over to the hands of King Rolly this time around. They are on Senna duty this last run through. So going to basically the polar opposite style champion, I think is really nice. Lulu is someone who's a little bit hard to hook, especially because if she survives this initial bout, you can struggle with just getting whimsied. But at the same time, you definitely have the ability to set up some bursts, especially depending on who you will be paired up with bot side of the map. It could be Paneer reprising their role on Veigar. Yeah,
and we're waiting for these other 2 bands to come out. I'm gonna cry if it's another. Oh no, this time it's Corky. And never mind. I was gonna say that I was gonna be happy if it wasn't Silas, and then it's a Silas ban.
Samira getting knocked away from the pool on the side of CB Rush here, just looking to protect the Twitch Lulu bot side a little bit more by taking away one of these champions that combos really well with Nautilus because of the way that knockup works.
Huh. I still don't have confirmation on that name, by the way. I'm gonna have to dig a little deeper and do some more science.
I guess we could just message Kanina in chat and ask.
I mean, we could do that. I still think it's Kania.
I think it's Kanina. Kanaina?
We're finding out. We're just going straight to the source, guys. We'll have this, like, just important stuff figured out in a second.
All the while, Jarvan the Fourth going to get banned out by the side of CB Rush, which is pretty interesting to see given the fact that Cade did so darn well on it last time. And I don't really think it was on the chopping block. Maybe TA Spectre was raring to pick it away, given the fact that they have first pick in this second phase.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree with it. I'm not against it, right? Because they could have picked Jarvan, and then Twitch Lulu would have had a horrible time. Like, that would have been no fun at all if there was a Jarvan on that comp. And Zac got locked in, and I don't think that Zac is a bad pick. It's just Jarvan would have been a way better one, right?
Interesting to see that it is going to be reprised going back into the hands of Tyrant Rex. I kind of agree with your take here, Feed. I think it's a champion that definitely can fare well, But at the same time, I feel that you kind of need a little bit more damage allocated in that champion, just given the way that TA Spectre struggled within each of these lanes in game number 1.
It's Kana Ina, by the way. You have to have like the hearty.
Yeah, I do see that now coming through in chat. Shout out to our Hawaiian brethren there with Kana Ina. We will keep that in mind as we go into the game. Really rolls off the tongue. I really love how that sounds, by the way. So shout outs there to the sport for CB Rush. Meanwhile, Kane and Cho'Gath going to be the selection coming through here. Cho mid of all things, it looks like.
I'm okay with the Cho'Gath mid. Especially into a Vigar. Pretty tanky. Can survive getting murdered off of the burst from Vigar, and sustains very well with the passive. Just in, you know, getting massive is going to be useful if you're the side of CB Rush. They are another big comp. They have a bunch of damage in the side of Kane and Twitch. But I don't know. Looking at both of these comps, like, which one do you like more?
Ooh, I think that I'm a little bit more in love with what TA Spectre is going for here. I think that shifting the focus of damage away from the mid lane into the hands of Kane in the jungle alongside the Twitch is a little bit of a gamble for CB Rush. You really have to have Cade pop off on this champ early, manage to kill the people that will get him blue Kane to begin with anyways, and from there actually work to kind of flank team fights well and set up for big shots. So those are all a lot of steps for CB Rush to accomplish their goal. It's a little bit less straightforward than what they went for last time. So in turn, looking at TA Spectre, when I see just a classic Xayah bot side alongside the Nautilus, I'm pretty happy because having that kind of avoidance, I think, will go a long way against some of these champions like Ornn, like Cho'Gath, like Twitch even, going intangible on that ultimate, pulling away, getting good feather setups, all really fun to see, and I'm excited as to how TA Spectre will answer back against game number 1.
You also, I love the fact that, like, in a tournament setting, if he hasn't been picked that often in the regular season for these sorts of League of Legends matches, people kind of generally roll back and they go, you know, guys, maybe Shin's pretty good at the game at the moment. Maybe in, like, a coordinated play, a global shield is beneficial. So we'll have to see if that pulls through a lot. There are a couple of auto attacks that will get disrupted by Shin's don't hit me circle. So I'm ready to watch this one play out. I kind of do like TA Spectre's cohesion, but I feel like that we're gonna see a Twitch pop off. And if Kane gets going, like, Red Kane will be pretty resilient against this team comp, right?
Yeah, but I feel like you need the damage. Otherwise, your only output is going to be Twitch.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but maybe you just win via attrition, right? You have 3. If Red Kane is the Kane that we have going, and we can go ahead and bet on that in a little bit, right? But like I said, if it's Red Kane, a Cho'Gath, and an Ornn, that's going to take a lot of damage to actually take down, and you really only have Xayah that's going to be putting out consistent damage, right? Like, Vigar's rather rotating and bursty.
Yeah, for sure. That's something to watch out for, and I'll be interested to see whether or not we will, in fact, see Cade go for that red form. It would be quite the shakeup, I think, and it would kind of feed into this more kind of delineated frontline team comp that you're talking about, Feedonomics. So there's definitely still room for it here. A lot to be decided on for sure, but at the end of the day, my vote still has to go over to TA Spectre, just in regards to how this draft has kind of come out. I think that Tyrant Rex had a lot of tools kind of presented to them with Zach in the last game, and so maybe with a little bit more coherent of a team comp around them, where we're just going to have that Veigar farming up and Xayah popping off, there's a pretty good shot, I think, for this team to ultimately come together and play super well to answer back and bring the series to 1-1.
Yeah, I suppose that we'll have to see and find out. I agree to disagree, because it's always fun when me and you disagree.
I feel like it's every single game, in fact.
Yeah, I might do it on purpose. Where do you think First Blood's gonna happen?
Ooh, You know, we saw the solo kills come through for CB Rush last time. I think that we're going to be seeing a gank as the deciding factor for something this time around. Zach's going to elastic slingshot over a wall, and with Nautilus also going in alongside them, I don't think that Lulu is going to be able to whimsy both of them, and in turn, perhaps either the support or Twitch will go down.
Okay, I like that. I like choosing bot lane again. We'll see if Cade to the 4th power does actually get the cheesy gank off, and Shin falls at early against Ornn and Kayn. I'll go with that one. I'll take going wrong. I don't mind being wrong on this one. I just want to be right.
And the bets are on the table yet again. Everyone lay back, grab a snack, and get excited. This is going to be a banger of a series already. An exciting game 1 about to meet its match here in round number 2 between CB Rush and TA Spectre. We're going to throw it to a quick break, wait out this delay, and when we come back, we're going to be deep in the game and excited to bring you another chapter here in this quarterfinal set.
Welcome back to Game 2 of the quarterfinals for Blue Otter League and the Platinum League. We have TA Spectre against CB Rush, and this time, looks like we got a little bit of sneakiness. You gotta watch out, Twitch. Twitch! Oh no! Alright, never mind. He knows.
The dredge line is going to catch up. The ring is going to get mobbed.
Alright, that's what you want to see if you're the side of TA Spectre, right? And they're still hunting. They want more.
Yeah, no flash even expended. Percy's just going to go down real quick right there. TA Spectre starting with a little bit of a lead here. About 500 gold all told. All over to their side. Really solid setup, really solid execution. Loving that death ball and kind of catching CB Rush with their pants down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like that was a good change up. That was a really good change up from the previous game of the 5-point start, right?
They always love to see the mix-ups here and there, and this time it is Nautilus being used to their full potential. We're getting a bot side start and some more drama as it looks like Kane is going to actually start clearing enemy chickens as the beginning of their path.
Yeah, they maybe want to try and path up to that red, but we'll see if they actually do so. Yep, there you go. It looks like we're just gonna go with top bottom jungling.
Yeah, and now we are getting the rotation down from CBR Rutledge, maybe to catch out the Zac here. We do have the level advantage for the jungler of TA Spectre, so that's going to be difficult to contest. I think that we're just going to have to stick with vertical jungling for the time being. Pretty interesting choice by CB Rush to kind of dictate this for sure. We are seeing the confrontation once again, though. There's the knockup down onto the Zac. They are coming on into the area as well. Meanwhile, bot side of the map, we see the hook land down onto Percy, who's going to get ignited. They still have their flash up. Will have to use it to get back towards tower safely.
Yeah, all those creeps went to Rutledge, I think. Yeah, Zac didn't get those, so invade advantage over to the side of CB Rush right now.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be viable. I think right now our observer has the items frozen, so we can't really see the CS at this point in time. There's a quick refresh, and there we go. Shoutouts to production, as always. Make sure BOL runs smoothly. As we can see there, Zac definitely getting the short end of the stick when it comes to that invade attempt. All the while, Kane working pretty much unharassed there and going to finally transition back over to the orange jungle.
Yeah, but now we'll see what happens next. Do we, like, we're too pushed in top for my first blood prediction to come right. I suppose the first blood has also already happened. I totally blocked out that sneaky we're gonna murder the rat at level 1. My fault, guys.
Unofficial.
It doesn't count.
You know?
It doesn't count.
It's a dirty cheater
count.
first blood.
Yeah. It's a scummy first blood for sure. But here we go, Rutledge looking like he's about to get ganked.
Yeah, there is the setup and elastic slingshot in. Tyrant Rex coming through. The knockup not going to land for CBR Rutledge. And there comes down the baby cage. Kanaina in the area, though. Kanaina, my apologies, and is trying to help D-push. Tyrant Rex going to have to flash out of this one. Cho'Gath staying alive all the way here thanks to the Lulu shields and Lulu heals.
Yeah, that's exactly.
We're going to stabilize.
Yeah, that was not who I expected to flash there. I definitely expected Rutledge to be the one that had to flash in that circumstance, but pleasantly surprised there. Really well played by Kanina. Yeah, that's that innate tankiness that I was just talking about by being big. Ooh, Noble also doing a lot of damage to Corn.
Yeah, I've been loving the aggression on this Ornn pick, actually. Noble Attempt has been doing so darn well in both of these games to help push back against champions who are often known either as tank killers or solid matchups. And so with that in mind, I don't think that CB Rush has anything to worry about top side of the map here. And things are all coming up in favor of blue team, at least in terms of potential and pressure.
Okay,
there is the transmogulation down onto King Rolly, and there is the shadow walk for Cade to help D-push this play by TA Spectre. That being said, Zayabu got a lot of damage down and does have a substantial gold advantage due to the CS down there in the bot side of the map. So there's still a lot to hold on for. TA Spectre still with a gold lead.
Yeah, no, Paneer Paneer playing very good Xylas so far, or Xylas so far in the early game, right? We didn't even really talk about who got that first blood. It went over to Vigar, so I mean that's an extra bit of a CS right off the bat, or I guess ability power right off the bat due to the passive, right? Let's watch out if we are. Oh well, no, we're trying it again.
Yeah, another dredge line. Percy getting shielded up and barely able to stay alive for the remainder of the fight. Eventually will be taken down by Paneer, and there is a huge elastic lead shot from Tyrant Rex to continue to push the issue. Kana Ina going to have to try to run out of this one. Will have their shield up, but is incredibly low. There's Tyrant Rex taking a few turret shots in kind, but will be able to get out of there alive and deliver that kill right over to Paneer. The Xayah now up 2-0. 4 kills all told over to TA Spectre, really turning around the story from game number 1. They are now firmly in the lead.
Yeah, no, the 2K gold lead is starting on the side of TA Spectre now, and like we were talking about earlier, right, last game, whenever you do have kind of your foot on the gas and you are in the lead, then it makes sense just to go for that early Drake, which is exactly what we saw from the side of TA Spectre, securing the Earth Dragon. Pretty smart. We have a chance to get Cloud Dragon again, Narco, for our soul, but I would like to see an Infernal.
That's true. I feel that Cloud Drake is just so common. I don't really know why that is the case, but
because
every single time,
it's the most powerful dragon.
It's all just secret riot balancing. You balance proportional of likelihood to get it to the power level of the soul itself.
You know, can I get some pogs in the chat if we want to bring back Scion passive dragon?
All right, and there is another fight kind of happening in the mid lane right here. CBR Rutledge forced to spend their flash, losing quite a bit of health due to the rotation from Paneer. King Rolly about to catch out Cade, who's able to finally dodge away from that little hook being dropped by the Naughty. And so far, things are going to remain relatively stable yet again. 2K gold lead, or about 1,500 actually, all told, over to TA Spectre. We see the engaged topside of the map. Korn does have the level advantage. Nice knockup. There's the call of the Forge God. Cade in the area as well. They're able to get the riddle down onto Korn, but Shen really wants a kill here before being taken out himself. There is the ultimate being utilized by the Kane in order to get more damage down onto Korn. But look at that flash forward, and the Shen is somehow able to get out alive from this one. Kane the double-double. Korn turning that one in fantastic fashion, playing right on the edge of death and getting rewarded handsomely for it.
Korn not going quietly into the night.
Did not go into the night at all.
Not even going to the night. Like, he's like, no man, it's daytime. I'm gonna walk away with the double kill, and now the gold
lead's back on Feedonomics. It's shining bright for
the
top side.
I'm gonna have to. Like, I have them off when I'm specking, but they're back on now. I don't know, like, this is night and day from last game, right? You have this is bad. Like, this is bad if you rush. Well played by the side of TA Spectre. Like, that was a very, very well played flash to get the secured kill on Ornn, and then being able to taunt Kane and just walk away. That was pretty wild. I don't know, like, I'm trying to think about what you do if you rush here. You have to maybe try and deathball the same way. King Rolly is definitely playing a very, very good Nautilus.
As long as you remain calm and play the macro, this is not an insurmountable gold lead by any means. Sure, 0 kills to 6 is really scary to deal with, and it may turn into more as Rutledge will get ganked mid lane. There's the baby cage coming down. Cade in the area to try to save the Cho'Gath, but there is the ultimate from Fossil Diana to wipe out the big void monster, and it will be Kane sent all the way back to tower to cower under there. Meanwhile, bot side of the map, Percy popped an ultimate, dropping a ton of damage down onto both both members of TA Spectre's bottom lane. There's the ultimate from Xayah, and the rake back is going to kill the Twitch in one fell swoop. All the while, we see ultimate being channeled. Stand United, not even needed, though, as Lulu will also fall. Cade in trouble. One more auto attack does it, though. Fossil Diana grabbing one kill there in the mid lane as the Rift Herald will charge. And yet again, we emerge from the dust with the CB Rush absolutely unable to get a kill.
That 2K gold lead that I was talking about is now 5.
Yeah, and what I just called not insurmountable is now becoming a real problem. 10 minutes into the game, and one of these teams has almost crested 20,000 gold, Feedonomics. This is a disaster for CB Rush, that's for sure. There is a potion being hurled over by Percy, who's trying to collect as much under tower as possible, but that is a CS difference for sure beginning to form bot side. There's also one top, and the jungle not looking too shabby either for Tyrant Rex.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. 10 kills. 7 of them have either gone to or been in, well, okay, one's gone to, but 7 of them have been influenced by King Rolly right now. I'm gonna reiterate again, playing Mind Out on the Nautilus at the moment.
Yeah, the Nautilus really coming in clutch. The fact that they went Glacial Augment has just allowed for so much knockdown. Percy and Kanaina are just incapable of being able to get away once an engage starts, and the fact that now so much priority has been established means that King Rolly is able to rotate across the map and kind of help Tyrant Rex with ganks, makes it ever more difficult for CB Rush to remain safe in their lanes.
Yeah, and they have to give up this dragon too. Like, this is the chance to see if it's actually going to be an Infernal Drake. Maybe I'll get one thing to go my way this game. But we'll see. Yeah, look at me, caster prediction going right. You take the little things.
You take the little things. You know, it was technically TA Spectre that got first blood this game, and it was with the influence of Zach to a degree.
Yeah, no, thanks. Really appreciate it. Just why don't you just rain on my parade?
I will open up a thunderstorm on it if it means that I get to be right again. It's a very rare occurrence here, I feel, in the Blue Otter League.
No, you're right. I'm always right in comparison to you because I look great.
Hey, when was the last time that you got to cast the champion you actually played? That's right. The last week we casted together. When have I ever been able to cast a champion?
It's not my fault you play support. Oh, well, but we'll shelve this for now. Corn is getting some aggression.
Yeah, Call the Forge God and Brittle going to be applied. Noble attempt with a solid Bella's Breath as well to help Cade, who has gone into red form, in fact, rushing up here, hacking away, and there is the shutdown. Finally a kill on the board for the blue squad, but they're going to have to do a lot more of that to try to come back into this one.
Yeah, and if you are Kanina or Percy,
yeah, there's a little bit of a really quick sorry about that. Paneer going on a rampage, just melting down the Twitch. All the while, we will see Kanaina go big with their ultimate, but it is not enough to save their life as we see Tyrant Rex help collapse down and destroy this tier 1 tower bot side of the map. TA Spectre still very much in the driver's seat, don't get that wrong.
King Rolly is fantastic. King Rolly wasn't the Vigar last game, right? It was Paneer?
Yeah, it was Paneer on the Vagar.
Okay, maybe not then. But okay, TA Spectre is very good at using their stopwatches effectively under turret. Saving their life under their turret last time, stopping them from dying under the enemy turret this time. It's still, like, it's not as bad as it was. We're still sitting at, like, a 5k disparity in gold. But I'm still trying to figure out what you do. Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, kind of, almost getting caught out there. The priority and vision control that TA Spectre has right now is not something to be trifled with, and it's going to be very much important as we will see the respawning of the Rift Herald topside of the map and a dragon in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, here we go. We got a little bit more action going on in the top lane. But, it's a tank fight.
It's just top laner trading.
It's just a tank fight, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, we are seeing the coalescing of TA Spectre around the newly spawned Shelly, so that's something to watch out for. If they continue to get pressure over these lanes, they could just continue to extend their gold lead, not only through kills, but through the picking up of more and more turrets. We are going to see CB rush more and more desperate to try to pick some of these up. Huge root coming down alongside the dredge line. Kana forced to use ultimate as well as flash to get away from that death ball. All the while, Tyrant Rex still clearing out Shelly, and Cade is going to be spotted out on the word.
On the word. The bird is the word. Looking at items right now, you have 3 mythics on the side of TA Spectre finished. Kind of looking at talking about those. Like Eclipse already finished on Xayah. So you are behind if you're the Twitch, like obviously at 0-4, but I don't know. What do you still just have to sit there and like lick your wounds and try and get picks where you can, right?
Yeah, you do have a lot of scaling potential. Lethality is not something that scales quite as well as pure AD, so you will have your time in the sun if you're able to pull this game long, but Paneer has just been steamrolling every fight that they have come to, so it might be a tall order for CB Rush to really drag this one out and get to that point in which they're actually scaling up. And that's not even to mention the fact that you still have the insurance policy in the form of the Veigar just able to get absolutely massive. Already at 3-0, not yet shut down. There are a lot of things on the board that are leading to a TA victory here, and you have to answer all of them if you want to come back as CB Rush.
That is true. Hey, but they're not the only champion that infinitely scales.
True.
Cho'Gath and his HP. We could just see a very large void monster in this game, and it does look like we are going to see him make an appearance top lane.
Oh, the Forge God coming down, solid root against Korn, and that Shen will just be melted down and will be picked up as a kill for CB Rush. 2-12 now. Both of those deaths on the Shen, something to watch out for. It does mean that there's a lot of juicy shutdowns still on the board for them, and that could be their ticket back into this game. That being said, all the while, we are getting soul point taken up by TA Spectre.
Hey, but the gold lead has shrunk a little bit due to the bounty taken top lane. So we'll see what's gonna happen. But like I said, Cho'Gath just chomping and getting more of the stacks, sitting at a comfortable 7 stacks. That is 840 bonus health.
Oh, you and your stack tracking.
What? Yes, I'm gonna click and I'm gonna check out my stats, man. Like
you didn't do it for Senna last game.
Well, that's because I didn't want to pay attention to Senna. Like I don't want to bring.
So you don't care about Paneer and you don't care about King Rolly.
Oh no, I very much care about Paneer and King Rolly this game, but I don't feel like that it would have been too polite to sit there and just talk about them last game.
I guess that's true.
Veigar? We have Veigar sitting on 119 ability power. Thank you, production. Talking to me in my ear. But we'll see what happens. Like 119 ability power is not quite 140 HP, right? Like it is a lower number.
Oh gosh, I love silver math.
Hey. What does support Quinn do?
You go full tank, and then you zoom around. You zoom around on Valor, and then you gank every single lane within 30 seconds. Do absolutely no damage and get flamed by your team.
Okay, so I apologize that this is happening during kind of like a lull moment of TA domination as they're just pushing down the top lane turret. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, chat. I just want you to know that.
Go play Quinn support in your ranked games. You won't regret it. Your LP might, but you will have the time of your life.
Why do you... Narco.
If you really want to have fun, you can try the patented Anivia Poppy bot, where you spend the entire game on the mini game of trying to ram people into Anivia wall. Puxy gonna get ganked mid. Tyrant Rex just popping off alongside Faisal Dyna, and this Twitch is becoming nothing but a snack for TA Spectre.
Kanina, like, flashing the sad B, because that's That's where you are right now if you're Spectre, or if you're CB Rush, right?
Yeah,
Oh
and
no.
another elastic sleep
Good
shot,
flash.
forcing the flash out of Kanaina there.
There we go. So we're once again we're just in this lull state. I think Baron's going to fall to TA Spectre here, because you don't want to make an attempt to stop this if you're the side of Rush, because what if you don't do it and you just get wiped? Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, we are seeing the little approach from Cade going to get immediately answered by Tyrant Rex. He has pulled away TA Spectre from the Baron, though, and the approach from Noble Attempt alongside the rest of CB Rush might mean that a fight is on the horizon. Noble Attempt going forward, going to get the big knockup down, and King Roly will fall personally, finally with the kill. And now we are seeing Cade going forward, getting rooted and getting a ton of damage taken out of them by Paneer, who is still very much a threat here, going to go unstoppable with the kill on the Cho'Gath. Finally, they're going to go down because of Twitch, who's beginning to finally scale up, but he's a little bit too far forward, is going to get punished by Korn now, but the fight is split. Tyrant Rex going to be taken out by Noble Attempt, will be thrown out. The Zax's passive is proc. Cade in the area alongside Kanaina to help clear that one out, though. And all of a sudden, CB Rush coming back with a really solid engage.
Yeah, no, that was a very good team fight. If you're the side of Rush, the shutdown on Paneer Zaya going over to Kane. So that's gonna help accelerate like Red Kane a little bit. I guess your plan is try to get to the point of where you're very hard to kill and you can win these sustained fights. There is a bunch of surprisingly large amount of damage on the side of CB Rush, if only because, you know, true damage doesn't care about resistances.
And we are seeing CB Rush push into the bot side river. They really need to stop this soul from being taken, and they will in turn attempt to get as much priority as possible and prepare for a fight here. Korn going to lock up alongside King Roly. We do have Cade in bush right here, going to get a double knockup to start things off, and there's another call of the Forge God Rutledge on the periphery of the fight.
Oh, no.
Noble Attempt from getting the engage started. That being said, King Roly still going low. There's the triple knockup due to the headbutt from the Ornn. Tyrant Rex going deep here, trying to get to the backline. Percy gonna pop ultimate, though. Kanaina supporting them all the way through. Cade deep on into the backline now, and there goes down Paneer. A lot of these damage dealers from TA Spectre are just no more. Fossil Diana falling, and now there is one more alive for the double to be had. The ace comes through. Rutledge and company are somehow going to turn this one around, stop the Dragon Soul, and continue to push forward with the comeback for CB Rush.
What a fantastic, like, team fight and recovery for the side of Noble Attempts Ornn, right? Like, it was gonna be a really good call of the Forge God, and then he accidentally charged into the baby cage, stopping him from actually getting the second proc off on the Ram, but then followed it up with another very, very strong knockup that just allowed Percy to just do what he does best, which is just fire off with his ultimate. And you have Cade to the fourth power, because it's way easier than to say Cade. Just sticking on the back line. Paneer is really having a hard time peeling this Kane off, and he's pretty sticky and tanky, so he's not going to burst down immediately. If that was Blue Kane, I think that Paneer would be winning these fights, because they would just be able to explode Kane no issue, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm actually surprised how well CB Rush's team comp has kind of turned up. They're doing a really fantastic job answering back and climbing into what is actually now a gold lead against their opponents here in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like we're looking at what was the worst gold disadvantage for the side CB Rush, right? Because now they're up by 1,000 gold, which is amazing for a game that started off 0-10.
Yeah, even at 0-10, they were able to answer back with a lot of tower plates and whatnot. So I think that the lowest we saw was somewhere around 4,000. I could be wrong on that, but regardless, this is an impressive comeback. Regardless, they have pulled themselves through past a lot of their doldrums regarding power troughs and whatnot. And now we have the Twitch riding high. That is Blade of the Rune King completed as the second item, alongside that newly completed Kraken Slayer upgraded by the Ornn.
That's that for the kids at home, that's Worm Fallen Sacrifice. But speaking of Fallen, maybe Noble is gonna fall here, but it looks like we're having another
through
fight.
CB Rutledge, and there is the headbutt of the Call of the Forge God that is going to allow for the Nautilus to fall, and now Corn will come through and be able to pick up the kill on the Ornn, but not before so much more damage is dealt to the backline of TA Spectre. Panera having to go on the run. There's the ultimate, but solidly placed. Baby Cage is going to stop Cade for at least a little bit, but it is not enough. The triple kill for Cade, and yet another team wipe coming through for CB Rush. They're right by the Baron. They're gonna pick this one up, and all of a sudden they're the ones riding high yet again, Feedonomics.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you wanted to rain on my parade, Narco, but this time I brought an umbrella, is what it seems like. CB Rush has completely flipped the script on the script that I thought was flipped, and has just taken a dominating lead. Like, I mean, that gold lead is doubled up. Ooh, the smite coming out to keep Cade to the 4th power alive. I'm thrilled right now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
I am tickled pink as well. I love to see a fantastic comeback, and CB Rush has just remained so resilient here in game number 2. They deserve all the accolades, but they are not done yet. There's still quite the battle to be fought here. Because they have been behind for so long, only 3 towers have fallen for either side, so there's a lot more to do, and they need to get it started right now with this Baron buff under their control.
Yeah, Baron buff, they need to get some towers and push into the best of their ability, and they also need to get ready to get set up for this next Drake. I'm not quite sure how long until it spawns again, but it can't be too far off. And, you know, just keep Soul out of the hands of TA Spectre.
Yeah, well, thanks to the handy-dandy score counter that we have, alongside the objective timers, we do see that it is about a minute before the next dragon will come up, and that will be something that CB Rush has to try to claim here. They're already hovering bot side pretty heavily, just ensuring that there's no real way for TA Spectre to lance in and kind of get first dibs on this drag.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we haven't really talked about it, but that CB... The CB disparity that we saw, it looks like we're getting a little bit of action here, but I think that King Rolly gets out with the flash, right? The CS has completely flipped. You have both ADs very even. You have Rutledge actually out CSing Fossil Dyna by a lot here. The jungle, you also have a gap, and then you have a pretty decent gap for the side of top lane too. So very well done CSing to stay in this game for the side of CB Rush.
Yeah, for sure. Percy going forward, popping the ultimate. Depth charge will be used, and Twitch is too far forward, so that will be a shutdown going over to TA Spectre. Rutledge also caged under tower, but not before getting a double-double. They will fall ultimately, though. Tyron Rex going to flash back towards tower as Cade is on top of them, and there's going to be one more kill picked up by CB Rush. These Baron buffs just means that they're able to push so far back down towards turret. Shen going to be caught out a little bit. Will tank up quite a bit of damage, but is going to have to just remain on wave clear duty, as the rest of CB Rush will walk away from that one and head towards this Infernal Drake.
Really something interesting that I'm seeing here is CB Rutledge is doing a great job on negating one of the strongest members of TA Spectre at the moment, who is King Rolly. I think that the Nom is coming out from Cho'Gath onto Nautilus, at least the last 2 or 3 team fights that I've seen, just to secure the execute, and that gets rid of a lot of the peeling power on the side of TA Spectre, and that's sort of starting to make them fold in these fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The gold lead is not actually that large when you look at it. CB Rush is ahead a little bit, but it shouldn't be enough for the fights to feel this dramatically in their favor, right, Feed?
Yeah, no, like I said, I would agree with you there. But whenever you get chomped for 800 true damage and then you lose like your CC bot that is playing mined out, or just playing phenomenally, then it makes it really hard to win these fights. Like he didn't even execute him with that one because I was paying attention and he's still at 9 feast stacks. But it's going great for CB Rush with that strategy. We'll see if they continue to kind of harp on it. I don't know if it would matter. Like maybe if it came out and hit somebody else, uh, then you're doing okay. Like if you bid onto Paneer, you'd be happy as well, right? But if you're Cade, you have to watch out. Same deal with Kanina. They are getting ran at. All right, it looks like we're good. Maybe. Kate is like just flirting with disaster.
Yeah, everyone's playing super aggressive now. CB Rush definitely feel that this is their time to power spike, and therefore they are just willing to run at these objectives and force fights wherever they so desire. CBR Rutledge with plenty of damage in his own right as well. Given the fact that he has that AP build, he is now going into slightly more tanky items as we do see the Thornmail come through, but he has plenty with which to output against TA Spectre right now, and things are beginning to look a mite hairy for the Red Squad.
Yeah, and the 8% just spike that they have because of the two Infernal Drakes definitely has to be something else that's bolstering their confidence, right?
Yeah, the damage output is really going to be valuable, and when you have Lulu also just shielding everyone up,
Oh,
and
here we go. We got
so much value, it's going to be tough to get these fights going on in favor of TA Spectre. Speaking of which, there is the knockup from Ornn. It will be sounded. King Rolly just going to get melted on down here, but Paneer is no slouch themselves. They will get the kill down on to Cade, and with the double up against their fellow ADC as well, things are turning back in favor of TA Spectre, at least for a little bit. We're going to have to see everyone kind of move back. The heal is popped there, and we begin to see the kite out begin to occur. Going even right now is pretty good for TA Spectre. They're going to help to D-push, but there's so many tanky members alongside Kanaina for CB Rush that they might just be able to heal back up and continue the siege.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was talking about in Champ Select, right? Like, if you don't win the team fight right out, then it's going to be really difficult for you to, like, actually close the fight out. Right out, fight out. I've kind of got a rhyming scheme going on, and I apologize. But it's like I said, it's kind of coming to fruition with Cho'Gath actually doing, like you said, a significant amount of damage right now. Sitting on a little bit of AP, but the important part is they almost have 5,000 HP. That's a lot of health.
That's a lot of health to work through for sure. And Paneer is doing a great job of bursting down Percy still. I think that they're positioning fantastically and are the bright spot of TA Spectre for the time being. But yeah, it's going to be hard to start working through these meat walls. And even if one of Fossil Diana or Paneer goes down, I don't really know if TA Spectre will have the firepower to deal with this team. So that's something you really have to be judicious and worrisome about if you are looking to take a fight as the Red Squad.
Comes.
There's another call of the Forge God coming down. The knockup will go through as we see the approach from all sides by CB Rush. King Rolly going to be taken out here. Tyrant Rex also going to get popped in turn. Fossil Dinah will be able to kill Cade early on in this one, but a double for Percy means that the push is only going to continue for CB Rush. So far, it is a 1-4-2 in favor of the Blue Squad, and they will kind of kite it back now as we are about 10 seconds before the next dragon spawns.
And that's going to be, once CB secures this, that's an extra 12% damage, like, just to their flat stats, on top of the fact that they have the mythic, like, plus items from Ornn, which, at this point, are definitely doing a lot of work. Like, it's awesome when both teams have mythic items, right? But it's like, what if we had mythic items plus a little bit more? Eternal Winter, Wormslayer, Sacrifice, I'll figure out the name, the Starcaster, and let's see, what's gonna be the last one? Yeah, the Goro Drinker is Ceaseless Hunger. Like those stats, the stat gains are definitely something that's being noticed in the late game.
Kings coming out as we do see Korn hovering the Baron right there. This could be a desperation play, or at least an attempt at setting up a fight a little bit more favorable for TA Spectre. So we are definitely getting a clustering around the big purple worm for the time being. Cade going to push into River though. Noble attempt, just a one-man army walking topside to help D push against Korn.
Yeah, no, this is looking good. I think that they could have started it, but they don't have vision to know. So I don't fault them for this. We'll see what happens. It looks like they're getting ready to do it. Yeah, they're just gonna go for it now, which is maybe a little too late. As I'm gonna kick it back over to you so you can get on this next fight.
Well, the Forge God yet again to start this one off, and we see Cade going forward here alongside the rest of the team to try to take down TA Spectre as a group. King Rolly going to fall here. We see the Stand United come through for Korn to try to help Fossil Dyna, and there is the baby cage to make sure that Cade cannot go further forward. Noble attempt going to flash over the wall though, and that was a really solid attempt to engage back onto these members of TA Spectre, but unfortunately for CB Rush, Fossil Dyna, Korn going to get away. That being said, they are leaving an open Baron pit here, and this may be the attempt on this buff that CB Rush needs.
You look at your handy dandy notebook and figure out the next time that that Infernal Soul is up, because this next dragon is going to be super important. We haven't even talked about it, but this 10-0 lead has literally been shrunk down to 1 kill. And like we said, 5,000 gold is not important at like 35, 36 minutes into the game as it is the first 20. But like hats off to CB Rush for basically clawing their way and keeping themselves alive in this game, right?
And you have to think about how demoralizing it is for TA Spectre to start the game so strongly, but just are unable to really keep a hold of that lead. Things are now looking quite dire for them as everyone is beginning to cluster. They realize that this soul is going to be a deciding factor in who comes away with the victory here. Everyone is attempting to just keep these waves pushed out. But the advantage is definitely on the side of CB Rush in doing so, given the fact that they have that Baron buff. So with only about 2 minutes left on the clock before we have the deciding dragon come up, things are going to be a mite hairy for TA Spectre all the while.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not demoralizing to TA Spectre until they lose.
True.
Let me just say, like, you don't feel awful if you win this game. You just go, we have to make sure that we execute better. Which is actually what you say if you end up losing this game too. It's weird how that works. But like you said, a couple of minutes, I would expect CB Rush to kind of play passively here, look for a pick. If Percy ever stays alive in one of these fights and Paneer ends up dying first, like, it'll be game over. Like, and you can't say the same thing for the other side, right? Like, if Paneer ends up surviving and Percy ends up dying, CB Rush can still kind of survive. Fight Night?
Everfrost going to be dropped there by Rutledge, will not be able to claim the Zac though, and so things are going to remain relatively passive for the time being. As you were just saying there, Feedonomics, we are ticking down close to the next dragon though. 45 seconds on the clock here, and in turn we are seeing the cascade of CB Rush down to the enemy side of the jungle. They're getting a huge push and flank off, and now we're going to see the fight start in earnest once again. King Rolly caught out by Cade, and he's going to have to rush it back towards tower as the rest of TA Spectre is sent scattering into their topside jungle. This is once again an establishment of dominating pressure from the side of CB Rush. Everyone just going to happily walk back onto River and bait a fight towards them. Cade going to be sitting there in bush, will get spotted out. King Rolly going to work as the front line, gets a nice dredge line down onto Ornn to start this one off, but a Bella's Breath will answer it right back. Cade going deep onto the back line yet again. Percy going to wrap around, going invisible here as we see Noble attempt.
Oh, that's the damage.
Look at how much damage this Twitch is able to put out. That is going to be the triple kill at the very least. A huge wipe and an end to game number 2. CB Rush are just gonna walk this one down mid, knock down these towers, and claim themselves a second victory here in the quarterfinals.
Oh my god, Narco. There was Percy getting off basically what could only be described as the perfect flank. The sneaky rat getting cheesed in the very beginning, only to sit there and come back to basically win the game. I can't believe it right now. CB Rush did not deserve to win that game in the early game, but they just stayed tenacious and did absolutely everything. I would almost say correct to claw their way to a game 2 victory.
No, they played a textbook game right there from behind. I gotta say, Feedonomics, they just pushed all the right buttons and in turn found the people that they could kill early, and from there grabbed a lead and grabbed a victory yet again. CB Rush up 2-0 here, now going to be sitting at match point against TA Spectre. They're one win away from moving on to the semifinals and knocking out this challenger. There's a lot on the line riding for the next one. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be draft for game number 3.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light.
All right, welcome back to Game 3. We're in the picks and ban phase between TA Spectre and CB Rush. CB Rush basically playing out for the boys as they came back and won a 10-0 deficit to come back and win that game. It looks like TA Spectre is going to start out the ban phase with Kindred. So we'll see if like the bands kind of keep a similar cadence, being a lot of junglers and then a couple of things that were really annoying to deal with. Though that is an interesting ban. I do like it. They're keeping Ornn out of the hands of Corn.
Yeah, so far CB Rush has really been putting a high priority on this champion, oftentimes picking it up for a noble attempt, and clearly respect Korn's prowess on it. So will finally get knocked out here alongside their brother in the form of the Volibear, once again returning down there to the banned list. Rek'Sai going to join them as well. The classics just all coming back. It's like a hit from the past. Ain't that right?
Yeah. No, I'm still kind of lagged out from last game. I apologize. TA Spectre is going to sit there and ban out Ahri. They do pick up a strong pick with Jinx. I do like Jinx being a good first pick for blue side. Highly contestable like ADC. But you can't get that excited when you're stuck in the middle of the Cataclysm.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really liking the high priority being put on this champion as well. CB Rush had it banned away from them in game number 2, and so they're just going to return with it to the battlefield here for the third round. Answering back into the Jinx will be the Nautilus as well, picked up. A lot of familiar faces being traded between these two sides, and we'll see how Jinx will be able to kind of orient themselves within this entire roster. We are seeing the hover of the Braum, which is a pretty classic response to hook champions. I would like to see it locked on in here, just provide a bit of protection for the hyper carry.
Yeah, I do like Braum here. Braum, obviously, like, stand behind Braum. That shield is going to do a lot of work with the with the block. We'll see if it turns out to be well. TA Spectre finally does get the Trundle pick that has been banned out every other game. Strong jungler, going to be strong against tanks. Nautilus isn't going to be able to do as much as they have been in the last 2 games if they ever get Ard. But we'll see how we respond with the last pick for the first phase on the side of CB Rush. Okay, True Damage doesn't care. I don't know how I feel about Vayne. We'll see if we see Vayne spotting or if we see Vayne spotting, right?
I actually really like the Vayne here. I think that it's a really solid pick into the relatively tanky composition that we so far see come through for TA Spectre. Will also have great scale potential to rival that of the Jinx in the late game. And so if CB Rush are able to continue to remain a unified front and don't give up kills early to the Jinx, we could easily see this champion get burst down very, very quickly to start things off. And from there, CB Rush could run rampant given the way that these first 3 selections have gone. Moving on to these bans, Veigar once again knocked away alongside the Corgi, kind of mirroring the dynamic that we've been seeing earlier for Feedonomics, but there's still a lot on the table. I would like to see something get mixed up in these last few selections. Any champions that you want to see pop up this time?
Are you really asking me that?
I mean, you mean like the Silas that has yet to get banned away, but is probably going to get banned by TA Spectre here with their last selection? Yeah,
There could be a Fiora top lane.
it could.
Either of those things could happen. I wouldn't even mind seeing a Set. I haven't gotten to cast Set that often. Set is also another champion that I like a lot. But we'll see. We'll see if Spectre bans out Silas. I don't know if Silas, like, for the first... Ooh, he's not banned, he could get picked.
Oh, I think it's a little bit of a desperation ban right there. The Nautilus already selected. I think that TA Spectre just didn't know what to go for, and they are typing in chat that it will in fact be a Victor ban here at the end of the day. I think that that will be honored.
Yeah, no, absolutely will be honored. On the side of Spectre, we have Shin getting locked in for the side of Rush. So Rush is going to sit there and say, we think that Noble Attempt can play Shin better than Korn. Lilia is most likely... I mean, you could kind of flip-flop top lane and jungle at the moment, but I do think that it will be a Lilia top. Which may do pretty well against Shin. You're going to be able to kite a little bit with that movement speed passive. And then it looks like they're going to finalize it with a Nico. And I don't dislike the Nico either. I feel like that passive might be able to get in a lot of work, looking at kind of how the end game finished last time. So you could have a lot of misdirection with Nico pretending to be Jinx, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree that the Nico has a solid role to play here, not only imitating the Jinx, but also, can you imagine the dream scenario of lilting Lullaby into a 5-man Nico ult? Gosh, I think that those are the things that mid laners actually just dream and drool about right there. We're going to see what the final selection will be for the side of CB Rush now. They are looking to lock in what is most likely going to be a mid laner here, and it will be in the form of a Syndra up against the Nico.
Yeah, Syndra is definitely a better pick than Silas would have been. I don't think Silas had too many effective ults to be able to steal. Like, Nico ult would have been super cool. Super Mega Death Rocket would have also been a little nice. But I don't really think that anything else on the side of TA Spectre would have been worth stealing. And if you're Silas, you don't really want to get hit by Trundle or Braum. Enough talking about my crush, and we can go back into talking about the actual team comps. I like the jungle matchup on the side of Spectre. I feel like Trundle is going to be a little stronger, but I think that the side that I like more is mid lane for CB Rush. Kind of those are my two that I'm going to toss out. What do you like on which side more in between the other two, and then I'll take the last one home? Like, why not?
Well, I'm really interested to see actually where the Trundle and Lilia are going to go, because I think that if you put Lilia into the jungle, Jarvan has a really high priority within this early game. They're going to have a lot of opportunities to just play super high tempo while Lilia tries to scale and farm up. And given the fact that we have seen Cade in the past willing to forego a lot of their farm just to make sure that their laners get ahead, I think that that could be a really solid position to be in here. So with that in mind, I do hope that it will be a Lilia top like you're talking about here. There's the hover and lock, and Korn will in fact be taking Dear Girl top.
Yeah, dude, like, love Eep for the top lane. Also, the damage that she's going to be able to inflict on Shin isn't going to care about the no-hitty zone, so that also makes sense. Putting Shin to sleep is also pretty strong. But like I said, we'll have to see what happens here. Do you think that we're gonna see a better game out of Paneer or out of Percy?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think that both players have kind of struck their stuff, and I think that even in that disastrous game number 2 for TA Spectre, that Paneer played Isaiah to near perfection. Great kiting, great positioning, and while they were power spiking, they managed to secure 10 plus kills that game. So I think that they definitely are looking to continue that pressure up here with a champion that scales just a little bit better. So I would love to see them kind of enter into the fray with this Jinx and just pop off, get excited, and get those chain kills going.
Yeah, definitely able to get excited, and good things would happen. But like I was saying, and actually looking at Rush's comp a bit more, a cataclysmic Jarvan into being unitedly stood by Shin, that's going to be scary to deal with, especially if you have a depth charge getting ready to explode underneath your feet, right? Like, you can run, but I don't think you can run that fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways by which Paneer will just get focused down, but that goes for both sides at the end of the day. Trundle is just going to absorb so much tankiness, and he'll therefore have the ability to walk past a lot of these champions from the side of CB Rush. If he's able to make sure that Syndra doesn't get scattered the week off, and Nautilus is busy dealing with some of the other champions, he can easily just stick on top of Vayne, and Vayne will have to try to kite them out the whole way through. At the same time, though, I think that CB Rush at the end of the day are coming through with a pretty solid draft. Shen, I think, is just going to do a whole lot to help shore up a solid front line alongside Nautilus, and I see them being able to just come through in the early game, get the momentum needed to really coast on Percy's late game scaling prowess, and come out on top and try to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion.
Where's First Blood happening?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I really don't know this time. I don't think we're going to be getting much in the way of cheese. CB Rush could be trying to take a page out of TA Spectre's book, though, so that could be somewhere that we look. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with cheese early game from CB Rush. Nautilus gets a solid hook down on to, say, Jinx, and we will be seeing a reversal of what happened in game number 2.
Okay, I think that everybody's going to be ready for the invades, so like that early level 1 doesn't happen. But
it's because people think that it will in fact happen, don't you know?
No, don't 3D chess yourself. You're just gonna hurt yourself in confusion, and I really need you just in case this goes to 3 or 4 or 5 games. I honestly, I'm kind of afraid for Percy, for Percy again. I feel like Vayne is very squishy early. And there is a lot of damage / lockdown on the side of TA Spectre. If Vayne just missteps once or twice, I think that could be an early kill, especially if you have Tyrant moving down on Trundle to throw up a wall. That being said, we are going to go ahead and kick off to a slight delay. Wait for spectator delay to be finished. Don't go anywhere. We can't wait until we see you guys.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League quarterfinals of the Platinum Division. Here with a game between TA Spectre and CB Rush. Got a little bit of a side swap here for game number 3. CB Rush will in fact be taking red side this time, but what is not changing is the fact that we are seeing a 5-point from them yet again here to start off the third round.
Yeah, no sneaky invades like I figured was gonna happen. No double, triple chessboard to sit there and like, oh, we're not gonna invade because you invaded last time, but we're secretly gonna invade. Though, I would maybe Kanina does do like a sneaky roam to mid early, right? That would be kind of bad for Nico for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a matter of getting pressure for Percy first before Kanaina is going to be able to do something like that. But I do think that given the fact you are up against a Braum lane, you will have priority and therefore the ability to pressure these other lanes with roams. Depends where Cade starts and whether or not we'll see the Nautilus kind of team up with that champion anyway. So a lot of things on the table, that is for sure. And as we see, just a classic double bot lane start for these two teams. Everyone just leashing everyone as we will be moving on into the early game.
Yeah, bot lane did have to take a safe one. There's the Tyrant rank gank early on Rutledge, though. The flash, forcing the flash. Oh, yeah, no!
Really solid route there from Fossil Dyna. Going E to start things off means that combined with the pillar, TA Spectre is going to grab a solid one to start things off here. Quite a bit of gold going there into the mid and jungler's pockets.
Yeah, and I mean, like, definitely well played to flash early on the side of Tyrant just to force things. The hook landing.
Yeah, Paneer already going super low. We see the exhaust beat dropped onto Vayne, and Kanaina is going to pick up the kill into Paneer while Braum will try to desperately make it back towards tower. He does have a flash up, but this is a lot of true damage. And one more auto attack is going to do it. King Rolly trying to preserve that summoner spell for as long as possible and will get punished in turn. Both of these laners falling for TA Spectre.
And that's the urgency that we were just talking about in the agency that you needed. Though we're about to get more action in the top lane.
Yeah, Korn in an awkward position for sure is going to have to try to get past Noble Attempt here. That is a pretty big wonk, though, by the Lilia, and Noble Attempt is going to fall by Korn, but Cade will get the revenge kill right there, top side of the map. That being said, making the best of a bad situation for sure. Lilia is going to scale very nicely with that gold, and so grabbing that before returning to base, even if it is being forced back there, is definitely nice to see for TA Spectre. Uh-oh, Rutledge, you're in trouble yet again here, as we see Cade come through, going to jump over the wall into the flag and drag. Rutledge still caught out, but this will in fact be Trundle falling and the Syndra getting away. Really nice rotation. CB Rush now going to go up 2 kills here. It is 2-4 across the board.
This one is a wacky and wild match so far. Definitely both like teams playing way more loose and aggressive. The important part right now, though, is the double buff is on the side of CB Rush ×2 at the moment. Well, ×1 now because red is the only thing on Cade to the 4th power.
Yeah, and look what that means. We're going to get a rotation up here from King Rolly, though, to try to de-push this little invade that Rutledge was setting up alongside Cade. We will see Tyrant Rex return to their chickens in kind.
Yeah, no, and that was a really good flag and drag by Cade to sit there and make sure that they weren't going to take any unnecessary risks. Korn already has boots. That can't be fun if you're Noble. Lily is fast enough already. Ooh,
yeah, I definitely think that Noble is going to have to play on the back foot for this game. Korn is just going to have so much priority early, and it really is going to scale into a tank shredding monster when they go for that Leandries. So there's so much to watch out for here. I think that really what you're looking for is just getting good ults and making sure that your other lanes are ahead right there if you're on Shen.
Yeah. Cade just kind of clearing wards. It does look like we're once again the team that generally seems to be ahead is going to go for the early Drake. And honestly, nobody's ever going to be mad about getting a getting an Infernal Drake sub 7 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah, no, this really kind of indicates the fact that we're going to be seeing a very similar game plan from both sides play out here in game number 3. CB Rush just really want to get that early stacking started, and from there, they're going to pivot into a pretty clearly delineated win con. The last game went super long. Game number 1 was much shorter, and I think that really parallels and kind of mimics the way that we see these teams pick up these Drakes.
Yeah, Cade sort of sitting on the wings over here. Rolly and Paneer have no clue he's there. We'll see if they're able to do anything with it. It is going to have to push forward, and it does. If I was Percy, I would have taken that. But it looks like we're getting ready to have them go in. Yep, here it comes.
Yeah, there's the approach. No flash on Braum, but Paneer still has it up, and one well-placed set of Flame Chompers will deter Cade from going deeper on into that fight. He did not have flash up, which may have been the reasoning behind that. That is a little bit of time wasted, but I think that this speaks to the pressure that CB Rush is already exerting across the map. They've been so fantastic about ensuring that the resources are well allocated. That being said, King really going to walk forward here, maybe to just look at the Scuttle Crab. It will ultimately just get smited away, though, by the Jarvan, as we see a little bit of drama spread across the map. Now, CBR Rutledge forced closer and closer towards that bot side river, and a noble attempt now setting up against a level 6 Lilia, who definitely has the ability to burn him down. We have that lost chapter completed on this champion now.
Oh. Yeah, like, Noble... this just hurts a lot if you're Noble. And he's got to be careful. Another Q, and then... I don't know, another Q and a Sleepy Seed into an ultimate will definitely, like, mean that he dies. He's just, like you said earlier, definitely got to sit on the back foot, like, all game.
Yeah, this is a rough position to be in. No Magic Mantle, the only item so far completed on Noble Attempt. I think that if he was able to get the kill on to Corn and then sit in lane a little while longer, we could have been seeing a different story regarding itemization. But right now, he's in a very awkward spot. King Rolly is going to help Paneer push forward and get some poke damage down, but there is going to be the Dredge Lane landed. Tyrant Rex with the wraparound, though. Percy in a little bit of trouble here alongside the Nautilus as we see the Ice Pillar come through, the flashback deeper on into the enemy team. Percy is going to fall to Tyrant Rex, but not before King Rolly gets knocked out as well. That being said, 2 kills for 1, definitely going to bring things a little bit back forwards into the momentum for TA Spectre, and we see Tyrant Rex just helping Paneer shove this wave in.
Yeah, I think the only, like, really well played by TA Spectre, obviously. But I think the only thing that Noble could have done better was ult immediately, just as soon as Trundle was seen. But it looks like Korn is going to find Cade and kill him? No, that's the flash. Can't follow up with it. Oh,
there's a huge flash. Scatter of the Week will be answered back by Rutledge here to try to make Korn fall in return for the death of Shen. But Lilia will just kite that one out with the assistance of Fossil Dyna and King Rolly. And now that kill score is all tied up. And while there is a little bit of a gold lead still for CB Rush, it is far smaller than what we have seen previously. These are a really solid set of plays by TA Spectre. Don't count them out of this series just yet.
Yeah, no, that was a really strong. Just Lilia is really strong on the side of Corn right now. This feels like a pick that I haven't seen too often in Blue Water League, but I have been seeing it happen more often in my games. Silver quite isn't indicative to Plat, but you know, I think the meta has shifted a little bit to where people are starting to realize that Lilia might be a viable top laner.
Yeah, I think that Lilia has a lot of pressure against some of these more meta picks, and I think that Shen is one of them. Noble Attempts definitely struggling a little bit here, down quite a nice chunk of gold here versus Korn, and that's going to be something to watch out for, because the more money you get on Lilia, the more she is going to hurt here in team fights. There's the hook forward onto King Rolling to start this one off, and there is going to be Paneer getting knocked up, and the Cataclysm will fall to kill the Jinx. King Rolly also going to get knocked out here by Vayne. Really solid clustering of players from CB Rush in order to grab 2 kills uncontested.
Yeah, and you have Percy like staying even in CS and also beginning to to sort of control everything that's going on here. Good
Yeah,
dredge
the fight
line
going to
landed.
only continue. Cade gonna hop forward and get the kill onto Fossil Dyna, and now Tyrant Rex is all alone trying to bonk down the Jarvan, but will just get punished for that attempt. And all of a sudden, 4 kills in the span of about a minute going over to CB Rush Feedonomics, and this is going to be followed by what looks to be a Cloud Drake.
Chicken, are you okay, buddy? Chicken? That being said, Earth or... Oh, never mind. I forgot about that dragon. I would have never guessed it.
The Hextech Drake. I think Riot forgot about it as well, given the fact we still have not gotten an indicator or symbol there in the top left corner. Gotta applaud our small indie company, everybody.
Riot Games, small indie company. Please no bully. Yeah, no. Hextech Drake is very good. I don't think that Vayne minds getting a static shiv.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I think this is actually a really solid one, and I do love the Hex Gates. It's always so much fun to bear witness to. Noble attempt. Once again, getting bonked and wonked right there by the Lilia, and is just basically having to receive these waves under tower. That being said, CS gap not actually that considerable. Shen staying pretty well even with this champion topside.
Yeah, no, that I agree with. Noble attempt is making a noble attempt to stay alive in this lane.
Yeah, one worrisome story though for TA Spectre is definitely the mid lane, and Nico down about 30 CS here, and I don't think that that is going to scale super well. That being said, Rutledge pretty far forward. That is a bunch of angry orbs though, and Rutledge is just going to get the one shot there onto their fellow mid laner before the Trundle is able to do anything. Cade also just rotating for a bit of insurance, and now with the ball firmly in the court of a CB Rush, we'll see if they try to make any more aggressive plays. There's Percy rolling forward, the flash as well coming through from Kanaina, and that will be followed by the depth charge. But Paneer and King Rolly close enough to tower right now that it might be a bit tough to get back on top of them.
Yeah, no, once again, towers do a lot early game. Yeah, and you definitely have to watch out when you're such a low range champion like Vayne. So we'll see what happens. She already does have her, like, you have 3 mythic items already finished on the side of CB. So that's something to kind of worry about if you are TA Spectre. Lilia does have that Haunting Guise finished, however. Or Leandrius, I'm sorry. Speaking about the old item, as we have Cade to the 4th power beginning to sneak down. He is going to get spotted by this ward, however.
Oh, look at this roam by CBR Rutledge. Tyrant Rex for the fright of his life as the Scatter of the Week comes through. He will be able to just chop down on the red buff, but there's a fight behind the tier 1 turret. King Rolly going to have to go golden right here, and this stopwatch is unfortunately not going to save the support. That is going to be one more chalked up for CB Rush. They are really playing fast and loose with these ganks, and it is all coming up for them favorably.
Yeah, everything's coming up Millhouse right now. If you're CB Rush, that was the first stopwatch that just wasn't gonna help stop anything. Oh, good taunt under the tower by Noble Attempt. Does a little bit of tradey damage with Korn, and then Korn decides just to Q him back and win the trade. So
Leandries.
Yeah, smooth sailing over here. If you're Noble Attempt, you're just gonna let this tower fall. You can't do much else. If you stay, you die.
Yeah, for sure. Lilia just going to slightly tap that tower, and it will be going down. Unfortunately, first has already been claimed for CB Rush there on the bot side of the map. Laning phase well and truly over now, Feedonomics, as we move into this mid game. It's going to be an exciting one for sure, as well as the dragon stacking has only continued for CB Rush about a minute before the next one spawns, and we'll see how things play out. Tyrant Rex alongside Korn going to spot out Kanaina topside.
Yeah, but you know, just a good walk away from that there. Like, but this other objective, the Rift Herald, is definitely going to go to the side of Spectre. It is nice to sort of see these objectives get split early. It was looking like the team that was in the lead was doing a great job at...
Oh my gosh, Cade actually trying to go for that one. Maybe a little bit risky. Will be forced to flash back over the wall. right in the face of 4 people. That shows the confidence CB Rush has. Maybe a little bit foolhardy right there, but he will have that summoner spell down.
Oh.
There's the jump, though, the Cataclysm to start this one off. Rutledge on the far side of the map, burning down Tyrant Rex. There is the depth charge being used, as well as Kana Ina, the big kahuna, walking forward and getting a nice drop down right in front of this blue buff here, and will continue to work as a tank as King Rolly goes low. Corn as well. Tyrant Rex has that Rift Herald, but is going to be heavily pressured and punished for even deigning to walk into the river, as the double will come through for the Vayne as well. Noble attempt trying to defend the bot side away from Paneer, but this is a single split push versus so many kills successfully gained by CB Rush. They are now firmly in the lead regarding gold.
Yeah, no, that was a very, very well thought out play on the side of CB Rush. Rutledge forcing out Nico ult and being able to step out of it allowed Vayne to basically just roam free in that fight, as it looks like we're gonna maybe get another fight over here for this dragon, possibly?
CB Rush pulling the Drake out right now. This is a little bit of an awkward position to be in. You have not yet backed here. Nautilus really looking to go for a buy before trying to start in an engage. And meanwhile, we are seeing TA Spectre 5-man at this neutral objective. And maybe just CB Rush giving this one up.
Yeah, they feel like they can give up the first one. Vayne is going to trade top turret for this. Most likely. I think this definitely falls, right? Yeah, this falls. So, I don't know, like, maybe, well, now it feels less worth it.
Some drama in the mid lane all the while that's happening. King Rolly is going to go down by the hand of Kana Ina, but this is a really nice push by TA Spectre. They're going to grab another kill here against Cade. So this is both the support and jungler out of the way. A 1-4-2 at the end of the day. Answering back really nicely, grabbing a dragon and closing up that gold lead quite quickly here at about the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, the objective control on the side of TA Spectre is looking a lot better for the team that's sort of on their back foot, as opposed to what, like I said earlier, what had been happening the last couple of games. But like we said, Vayne did secure top, so the towers sort of trading were a push. But I think the real strength there was that Hex Tech Drake, kind of going over to them.
Yeah, no, I really think that denying that dragon stacking just makes the Soul so much less viable of a goal, especially given how fast these teams try to move towards ends. I know that wasn't really represented here in game number 2, but throughout the Blue Otter League, these are two teams that really like to close things out quickly, and just by leveraging early leads.
Yeah, and that I don't disagree with at all. And I mean, right now, Rush is kind of like in the driver's seat, like we like to say. Vayne already sitting on 2 completed items, getting ready to finish their third whenever it looks like Wit's End gets finished for them. That's a very scary Vayne.
No doubt about it. We do have a nice contingent of CB Rush pushing pretty far forward here into the mid lane. Will be answered by the majority of TA trying to make sure that they can de-push this one. Spectre are going to have a long road ahead of them if they want to win this one and stay in contention for the title of champions here in the Blue Otter League. They have to pull out the reverse sweep, and it has to start here. But this game, I really just feel like it has been slipping away from them. Nice scatter of the week as the turret is going to fall, and this is going to be followed up by a dredge line from Kana Ina. Corn will have to channel a teleport into the area, but this is done after the pick has already been made onto Fossil Dyna.
Yeah. Just Syndra being a huge pick here as well. Scatter the Weak is obviously an extremely useful ability. Corn getting engaged on right now, but nothing's going to come of it. As it looks like they are successfully able to defend the second turret. But
that's a huge scatter of the week once again. The same wombo combo follow-up too from the Nautilus. Kana Ina on top of the game right now alongside CBR Rutledge, as we see Corn barely dodge out of the way of one more of those dredge lines. Every single time a tower falls, they're getting a pick alongside it here, Feedonomics. And now that gold lead right back up to its peak. I know we were just talking about the tug of war, the push and pull, but it really feels like once again, CB Rush have been yanking that chain over to their side.
Yeah, it's just I'm just looking at this. Percy's gonna have that third item finished the next time they back. I almost feel like the wall of if you don't shut Vayne down in the beginning here. Let's see if I'm right. They are recalling right now. I kind of hope that I'm correct on this assumption. There you go. What's in finished. That's a terrifying Vayne to encounter anywhere in this match, right? Korn isn't going to be able to live through it no matter how fast they run away. And I don't feel like there's anyone on the side of like TA Spectre that's sticky enough to be able to actually stick to Vayne, much in the same way that much in the same way that Kane was able to stick on Paneer in game 2, right? But it does look like they are getting a good Baron started. It might be too early, though. That
desperation situation, Rutledge just going to channel their ultimate
God.
down onto the Nico, and now we see the wrap around from Noble. He will be taken out here, but that is a great set of distractions to allow for the rest of CB to move into the area. CBR Rutledge coming forward will get bonked by Lilia for their efforts, and there is the shutdown finally going over to Lilia. Percy dominating, though, and this Vayne is just popping off. There's the double-double so far as we see more shots land. The shutdown will be had onto the Nautilus, but it doesn't matter. That is going to be the triple kill for Vayne, and the ace comes through. CB Rush show that they are not to be trifled with. You are not seeking a Baron on their watch.
Yeah, no, Percy definitely started to pop off there, even while exhausted in that fight. Paneer could not do anything. This is kind of what I was talking about, right? I think that Percy's too far ahead here not to be the focus of TA Spectre, and they have more peel for their ADC than Paneer's team. So I'm feeling really, really worried about TA Spectre's chances to win this game at this point.
Yeah, this has to be a game of drastic decisions and horrible mistakes by CB Rush for TA Spectre to come back into this one. And this is not only a game on the line here. Phenomics, this is the brink of elimination for the blue squad.
Yeah, and it just okay, good smite on the side of Tyrant to make sure that they secured the blue. I thought for a second there that Cade stole that from him, but it looks like we're just clearing out the Baron at the moment and getting ready to maybe set up either a bait, pretending that they are doing it, or actually doing it.
Look how much damage Rutledge does! And that is going to force the flash out of Paneer. He's going to have to run all the way back towards base. King Rolly going to stand behind and jump to Tyrant and Rex, but it does not matter. That is Syndra ultimate popped right there. All the while, Noble attempt just going to deep push this split from Korn bot side.
Yeah, and just like we were talking about earlier, Noble attempt is just basically there to try to attrition this lane, but Baron's gonna fall over to the side. Like, just so much damage on the side of Ruby at this moment. Percy playing super well. Same deal with Rutledge, also playing extremely well.
And a 7,000 gold lead over to CB Rush now. This is an almost insurmountable amount to see on the board at 24 minutes. There have been kills taken occasionally by TA Spectre, but they are almost answered back double or even 3 times as much by Red Squad. And now with the Baron under their thumb, they are going to watch TA Spectre desperately writhe and try to find some life in this one. They're pushing out these waves, and they're going to prep for their attempt at Soul here in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, Hextech Soul is going to be huge for the side of Rush. Like, I'm afraid of how much more damage Vayne's going to be able to do. at that point, right? Like even Rutledge is going to do way more. It looks like they might just try to break this turret right now. Good sleep, well, good attempt at a sleep there on the side of Lilia, but it looks like we're getting ready to get a fight.
Yeah, there is the Ice Pillar utilized by Tyrant Rex to help try to zone CB Rush away, but the siege is going to come through. Rutledge with a huge flank eye out onto Corn. King Rolly is going to jump right in front of the Deer Girl in order to prevent more chaos from occurring or more damage being tacked on. But there is such a scary amass of characters for CB Rush right now, and they are so comfortable with just waiting the siege out, playing deep down into enemy territory, and all the while Noble attempt with a nice split of their own.
Yeah, no, I mean, with the power of having Shen and his global ultimate, and just how strong the other core members of Rush are at the moment, they can 4v5. I have no doubt in my mind, and it's going to be a 5v5 instantly because you have the giant barrier on the side of Noble Attempt to make sure that nothing bad happens to whichever target of focus is. Oh, there's the Drowsy.
Yeah, there's a pivot down to the bot side, and that will be Kanaina starting things off with the hook. CB Rutledge pretty darn low alongside Cade, though, so this is not the most even of fights for CB Rush. In fact, it will be TA Spectre now trying to go on the offensive with the engage. Kanaina going low, Noble Attempt working as the front line. King Rolly going to pick that kill up, and that is 3 falling from CB Rush. Kanaina caught out as well. The triple kill up here for the Jinx, and all of a sudden, TA Spectres will come alive and look for more. They want the ace now. Cade is going to get slowed down as Corn will continue to trot forward here. Tyrant Rex with the flank as well with the utilization of that Hex Gate. It will be the Jarvan falling, and there is the late ace call just in time though for TA Spectre to catch a second dragon for themselves.
Reverse sweep. Question mark? That being said, really well played fight on the side of TA Spectre to finally land a Willow Seed? What's the name of this spell? No, that's the wrong champion. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was like looking for the name of the spell, and I'm like, wait a second, it's definitely not Tangled Barbs. But yeah, this is that was very well played. It finally landed on Percy. And that's what they need. They need to make sure that the Vayne can't go critical mass in these fights. That being said, I think that they're almost finished with I'm trying to figure out what they're gonna buy next, right?
Well, there's your answer.
Yeah, never mind, I figured it out. It's surprise. Surprise! It's a Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of a lull state now, and I gotta ask because it's been kind of bugging me. Do you ever wonder about like how Lilia's intestines work? Like, are they like in her belly, like in terms of like the human part, or are they like further back inside of the deer part? And if that's the case, what's there in the tummy of Lilia? Am I going too deep?
Narco. Narco. What?
What? I'm just wondering. Like, I don't know how centaurs work. I feel this is like something that needs to be clarified when we go deeper on into League lore.
Do we?
Hey, the people want to know.
I don't know if they do.
I'm interested in Vestian biology. Okay?
Yeah, I'm interested in
a little bit here. By Tyrant Rex, there's the teleport being channeled to Kanaina going to work once again as the front line here, and there's the Sand United being popped down on to the Syndra, but Paneer is going to get the first kill of this fight and get excited. Cade from the far side, and there is the shutdown as well. Jinx is fully in control of this one. The triple kill once again. It's going to, in fact, be the Quadra, and they're going to be looking for the pencil against Noble Attempt to a blast plan over the wall. Rocket not going to land. King Rolly though wants this for the ADC. They can taste it. The uptime going to be landed alongside the zap, and it will unfortunately be denied, but Paneer popping off, answering back and bringing TA Spectre into contention here.
Yeah, just once again, I think that the CC landed on one of the damage dealers for the side of CB Rush, and it looks like they're going to try and end this here now.
Yeah, Kanaina coming through alongside Noble attempt. There's the hook, but this last Nexus turret is falling. We have Percy back up, but is it too late? The Nexus is getting melted, and we have a game 4 on our hands here. A lead has melted away from CB Rush. They tried their best to close it out in 3-0 fashion, but they will be denied.
Oh man, Narco, like the 80 carries in this game are just like the series are playing so well. Like the game is made or broken off of both of them. I think just about every match. Maybe not game 1. But game 2 it was definitely really good plays by Percy to find that huge flank. Game 4 definitely another very good attempt at popping off with obviously the winning pushes quadra kill for Paneer. Game I just don't know anymore, man. Or well, that was game 3. So here we go. Let me try this again. Game 1, CB won pretty handily, right? Game 2 definitely won because of Percy's flank to win out that match. And then game 3 definitely won because we got super excited as Paneer on Jinx to win that game-winning push. So what's going to happen game 4, Narco?
Well, you know what they say here, Feedonomics? The role of a bot laner is to attack, do damage, and carry. And I think we've been seeing that so far in this series. Don't you just wish this was solo queue? Don't you just wish these people would do such in your actual games? That being said, I think that you all will want to see more of this drama, more of this action. We're going to throw it to a quick break as I try to break down and think through Feedonomics' question. And we will return with the draft of game number 4.
Welcome back to the quarterfinals of Blue Otter League Platinum League between CB Rush and TA Spectre. TA Spectre, like, having a couple of really good team fights at the end of last game to crawl their way into a 2-1 matchup against CB Rush to keep alive. We are getting ready to get into picks and bans on this next matchup for Game 4. Narca, how you feeling right now, man?
I am feeling a fire deep inside that can only be quenched by blood here, Feedonomics. I'm so excited for yet another action-packed game between these two teams. TA Spectre is capitalizing fantastically upon CB Rush's mistakes and brought us to a fantastic comeback here in game number 3. And we're hoping to see them continue to stay alive here in the playoffs, pushing deeper on into this series. A lot to be said, a lot to be done. The side swap is upon us once again. CB Rush going to be returning back to their trusty blue side, though, and that might be the golden rule, the thing to watch out for here, as they have yet to drop a game from this position.
Yeah, I think first pick is like really well toted here. We'll see if TA Spectre actually bans out Ornn, or if CB Rush tries to control that pick. I think the mythic items in these games going long inherently has worked out very well in favor of Rush, making sure that champion was first picked. So here we go. We're going to start off bans. I'm going to assume that it's Wow, it's Volibear. Who
Holy
saw that
cow.
one coming? Is it going to get followed up by like a Rek'Sai? Maybe a Trundle afterwards?
Holy cow, are you a freaking mind reader? I really need to see where you're getting your crystal balls from. That's for sure, Feedonomics, as the Rek'Sai does in fact come through here. TA Spectre, meanwhile, and actually going to tech against the Lulu this time around. That was
good last
really
game too.
all right. Well, we did see a really good performance.
We'll see Spectre banning Ari right here too. Not to talk over you.
No, get your predictions in, seriously.
I mean, like it's not really a prediction when we've watched it happen every time. TA Spectre either bans out Ornn, yeah, exactly. No, that they have to. I would have done the same thing. I wouldn't have wanted to see that in the hands of CB Rush either. I don't know what Rush tries to prioritize for first pick here now. Just because it was Ornn both of the other games on blue side, right? Like So Jarvan is going to be the other one. Maybe Jarvan was the first pick in game 1. I can't quite remember now. No, I think it was Ornn, Jarvan, something else. I would have to actually go back and look. But like now I'm trying to think about what we actually see for this next ban. Like Ari, I do feel like is something that Spectre may try to ban. You don't. I think that is a targeted ban over on the side of Rutledge. Oh no, they're gonna pick it. Okay,
yeah.
So Jinx and Ari coming out on the side of TA Spectre. That's pretty good. Like, I mean, those are two champions that benefit well from resets. Jinx has a pseudo reset with the getting excited, right? But Ari's rework is just she's better than what she was.
Yeah, that's for sure. Definitely being a high priority. Maybe calm down a little bit since some adjustments came through a few patches back. Okay. But those people who are comfortable with the pick will still continue to utilize it. And speaking of comfort, we will see CBR Rutledge returning to the Syndra there in the mid lane as the answer. Twitch coming out as well.
And then Pierce trying to play the hero with Twitch again this game. Though Twitch is very squishy, and I feel like Ari is not going to have as much of an issue like getting onto them. Braum worked out for Spectre last time. This makes sense. So for these last two bans in the ban phase for Rush, I really do feel like they're going to try and target. I mean, they're going to just target the jungle and the top lane because you already have mid and support. And the bot lane picked out, so it doesn't not make any sense to just ban out. I don't know. You don't ban out Lilia, I think. I like banning out Shin here. You don't want to give Twitch. You actually have taken out a lot of Twitch's power, right? Like by getting rid of Lulu and getting rid of Shin. So a lot of that survivability is now out the window. And he is just going to be a glass cannon. So, Pierce will have to play it really well. The Lilia ban does come out on the side of CB Rush, so I was wrong on that. They don't really want that oppressive top to be on the side of Corn. What are you thinking for these last two? I've been stealing the show here talking. Renata. Okay, so I'm still talking. I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I actually think that something like Yuumi might work wonders for CB Rush here. Ina going to that champion, just healing up Twitch in lane, being able to get that synergy with the invisibility on the ADC. I think it's just something that's really classic, and I think it will help with the kind of damage focus that we've been seeing coming out. Also, the fact that we are getting that ban of the Lilia does kind of indicate to me that we are going to be seeing a Noble attempt once again on a tanky champion, and it's always really nice to just be able to come back from that healing deficit with something like the Yuumi being kind of perched atop yourself. The Viego going to round out the bans though for CB Rush.
And then we have this finishing on. I have to find the draft again. I've lost it. Lost it because I was getting attacked by Camcom. All right, there we go. Zach getting picked up for the side of Spectre. They do feel comfortable on that jungler. I don't even think that it's really been that bad in these matches. I do think that Tyrant has done a pretty good job on them. And we'll see what the last two picks on the side of Rush are. Dare I say we could see a Fiora? I'm reaching here.
You're just grasping at straws here because the
reaching
mid
here.
laner's already been picked, so we aren't going to see a Silas. The Nautilus is actually what's going to come through for CB Rush now, going on to a more tanky engage style champ. Kana Ina has done fantastically, but as you pointed out earlier, Feedonomics, it's not exactly something that synergizes well with the hyper carry potential that this champ has.
And Gragas, a Gragas top. Okay. I do like that. A lot of sustainability on Gragas top lane, actually, and really a lot better at trading than you would expect. The pick popularized by Shushe in the mid lane. Let me just reach back into my Leaguepedia. And then Vladimir, another high sustain champion for the top lane. Just I'm happy about this draft. It feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'm liking what both sides are bringing to the table here. Going for the Vladimir, I think, is really nice because you already have quite a bit of tankiness in the forms of Braum and Zac. And as you talked about before, sustain is going to be at a premium. Korn has done really well with these burn-oriented picks as well. We may have just lost Feedonomics for a second here, but for the time being, we are just going to be seeing ourselves transition over into the client draft phase to just smooth out any wrinkles. I think for the most part, things are pretty well set in stone regarding where these champions are going to go. But what I'm really looking forward to seeing here in this next game is going to be a real focus back on to these neutral objectives as the point at which fights are going to break out. Both teams have shown themselves to be really adept at just focusing in and setting things up with a emphasis on grabbing kind of priority early on before these objectives are made. And the decision point in a lot of these games has been as to whether or not one wants to seed away stuff like the Dragon or like the Rift Herald early or go in for the all-out confrontation. That being said, I would also like to see things like the Nautilus and Gragas be used for early picks before the fights are fully set up. I think it's going to be very difficult for CB Rush to walk in as a group when you have such fantastic engage from the likes of Zac and Ahri. Being able to dash forward and charm some of your carries is definitely something to worry about as well.
Yeah, no, this and the thing that I think Spectre did very well last game was controlling objectives when they were behind, right? They made sure that they got a lucky roam down to find the Rift Herald being taken for the first time, but then actually came back and controlled the second one. And then fought for a couple of the dragons. So we're gonna have to see what happens here and how well they actually posture around objectives, like you were saying. But I'm looking at these comps. Where do we think First Blood's gonna happen, Narco?
Oh gosh, you keep throwing me onto this, and I have been wrong every single time, Feedonomics.
You haven't been wrong every single time.
I am mostly wrong most of the time, which is still not a very good standard to hold myself to. Gosh, I think that we're just gonna see Ahri solo kill Syndra mid lane with a really nice charm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I think that it might actually happen on the side of TA Spectre getting First Blood onto Syndra. That might be a really easy gank with a Zac stun into a charm. Well, I guess it happened last game too, so that's maybe picking on the mid laner, but I do feel like that's something that could happen again.
Yeah, for sure. And what are you looking for to just kind of build upon this little mini game we've constructed for ourselves? What are you looking for as the Dragon Soul for this one?
Oh, what's my Dragon Soul choice of the game? It's going to be an Ocean Soul.
An Ocean Soul. We do have Kana Ina leaving the lobby. A little bit of chaos has been caused. I think that we will get everything back up and running pretty quickly here, though. Sorry about the technical delay, everyone. But in the meantime, yeah, you're saying Ocean Soul?
Yeah, I think it'll be Ocean Soul. We've seen Ocean kind of early the last couple of times. Like Hex Tech Soul definitely threw me off last time, but I'm pretty confident in saying that it'll be Ocean Soul. What do you got?
I think we're going to see a Mountain Soul this time around. I think that the tankiness is going to be really nice to see placed upon some of these champions on both teams. And so that kind of a stabilization of both of these teams kind of will put more of an emphasis on these AD carries to just provide sustained damage. And you know how much I've been loving both how Percy and Paneer have been playing this one out.
Yeah, no, they've both been playing, like we said earlier, like lights out. These games have been, at least the last two games, game 2 and 3, were on the backs of both of the ADs. I really, my heart wants to go with Rush, right? But I kind of worry about how much, like, just Twitch will explode. Twitch is gonna be basically like the Achilles heel of the comp. If he gets touched, he's just gonna fall apart. And if he dies, I don't think Rush is gonna be able to keep up with the damage that Jinx is gonna be able to output. If TA Spectre ends up winning this game, I expect to see a Jinx ban. Instead of some of these 3 junglers. But I like at the same time, I don't know. Do you give them Rex? I think you ban out Jinx instead of Rek'Sai if this goes to a game 5. That'll be
I would
my
tend to
call.
agree. Yeah, Paneer definitely did a lot in the last game to bring this to even a game 4. Honestly, it is basically off of the backs of that AD carry that we're seeing TA Spectre survive as long as they have. And so if we see yet another game in which there's a heavy bot focus and the Jinx is able to get these chain kills going once more, I think that you just simply have to step up your game and pivot the way in which you've been banning and approaching this meta so far.
Yeah, and kind of looking, like I said, looking at the comps again, I don't see the damage, like I said, on Rush as much as I do on the side of TA Spectre. You can still have a decent fight if it's late enough in the game and Vladimir is also doing a lot of damage with Ahri if the Jinx falls, but if the Twitch falls early like he was doing in game 2, until he got like the most amazing flank that I've ever seen in my entire life, I don't think that they can put out the sustained damage enough to actually be able to win the long game fight. Gragas is not quite as tanky as Cho'Gath is, but I could also kind of be incorrect on that point because you have a lot of peel in Gragas's kit, depending on how he tries to use the body slam to save Twitch and how he uses the cast to disrupt team fights.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely the case. Gragas is probably also going to be focusing a little bit more on the tank side of the build. I think that we saw Everfrost followed by another AP item in the form of Demonic Embrace when we saw the Cho'Gath be taken mid by CBR Rutledge. This time around, I think it's most likely just going to be that Everfrost is the only AP item before Gragas goes full for tank. So that probably will help the resiliency of the champion and help it catch up to the Cho'Gath a little bit in terms of how CB Rush are looking to play this one out. And I also think that given the fact you don't have much in the way of armor shred on the side of TA Spectre, Nautilus is just going to be able to play a bit more confident as the front liner here without getting immediately bursted or melted out of the way. And so there is definitely no issue regarding the way in which CB Rush is going to conduct their front line. But this is all to say that as long as Percy goes invisible early and you have good vision control of the area, you can probably avoid the initial engage that Ahri can kind of start with, given the fact that they have that charm up. And you're also maybe able to get around Vladimir as well.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of fear in, I don't know. I think that other than the 1 or 2 fights where he put out a lot of damage at the end of the game, because he was really well farmed, and he also had 3 dragons on his back foot, and he had the enhanced item from Ornn. I don't know if I said that part twice. It's either really good positioning and the back foot of Ornn. He definitely got jumped on and exploded. That is something that can absolutely happen with the comp that TA Spectres ran. Like, Zach was doing a good job at positioning to jump on him whenever they saw him. Braum will be able to follow up with either Ari or Zach, going in on that as well. And like I said, I don't think that the flag combo or Cask and Body Slam or Everfrost will be enough to kind of keep him safe. And maybe I'm not crediting enough of the Nautilus, because Nautilus has been a huge pick in all of these games so far as well, right? Maybe there will be more peel on that side, but every time that we've seen this Nautilus pick, it's been like the aggressor and the engage in these comps. So we'll see what's happening. Narco, I'm ready to go on a break, but I'll give you one more chance to kind of spout something out before we cut to spectator delay.
Oh, you make it sound so pedestrian. I'm just spouting out opinions that have no value. But no, I think that I agree with a lot of what you're saying here. There's going to be a huge emphasis on the way in which CB Rush is able to dictate a front line, and that is going to be followed by a big focus on these two AD carries. They have been unlocked as titans of the game so far, and I would love to see what they bring to the table here for round number 4. TA Spectre looking to stay in it, bring it to a reverse sweep here in Game 5, and CB Rush, after one hiccup, want to close this one out. We're going to see you in just a few moments.
Welcome back to Game 4 of the Blue Otter League Platinum Series quarterfinals match between CB Rush and TA Spectre. We are having it set up. It's not going to be a 5-point start this time. You have this time the sneaky gank happening on the side of CB Rush, and oh, the failed flash!
Yeah, Corn in quite a bit of trouble here. First blood going to go over to CB Rush. Noble attempt going to grab one against their lane opponent here. And that's a really rough situation to start off in. As the Vladimir, you do have the Ghost and the Phase Rush, but losing that crucial summoner spell for basically nothing is going to put you in a little bit of a rough spot early on.
Yeah, the Hex Flash on the side of Nautilus is not going to be as detrimental to losing the Flash on the side of Vladimir. It does look like we are going to get a standard jungle start, though. Syndra is just going to get the quick ward off. It's going to go away. Good job on this side of TA Spectre to clear that. It's an experience advantage for bot lane now.
Definitely. No Syndra steal of the blue buff. I would have loved to see something like that come through, but CB Rush, you know, they've had enough shenanigans early on. They've had their fill, and they're going to look to set up for a relatively normal early game.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see which one of these bot lanes actually gets priority in level 2 early, right? That'll be really important. It does look like, yeah, I mean, if I was Cade to the 4th power, I would literally be looking to get my clear and then go top immediately, right?
Yeah, very proactive. Looks like we're just going to be getting that double buff start. Might clear out the Gromp as well. Spike to level 3, rotate and try to knock out the Vladimir and continue to get pressure and gold over for Noble Attempt. There's the body slam. Nice trades, definitely softened the Vampire up before we see real movement.
Though I suppose that I did speak a little too soon. It is hard to gank a Vladimir once he is level 3, just because of that sanguine pull. Because, you know, you can't hit somebody that's in a puddle in the ground.
You can certainly try, though. I have definitely tried quite a few times in my attempts at playing A-Ram with the champion.
On the side of Rutledge.
CBR Rutledge, great rotation over Tyrant Rex, in quite a bit of trouble here. Will get ignited further efforts. Noble attempt, meanwhile, continually pressuring off Vladimir top side of the map. Only now is he cressing through for level 3. Meanwhile, across the map on the other side, we do have King Rolly getting hit by Kanaina. That being said, the advantage for experience definitely over on Panier's side right now, so it's a little bit tough to go in.
Here's this gank that we were talking about, though, but it does look... Oh, that's a little early.
Yeah, that's a pretty early sanguine pull. Ghost also going to be popped by Corn in order to get out of this one alive. Taking a lot of damage, though, in the process, and will not have that summoner spell up for later usage. So I like this constant needling by Cade, even if that did not result in a kill. The fact that they are just going to be able to grab that Scuttle Crab means that this visit was not for naught.
No, he's bottom lane. But I do expect it, and it looks like he is posturing down there for another quick gank attempt, especially if they get that sanguine pull out early again. Was a good sort of stutter step, but I'm gonna maybe kick it back over to you. It looks like Tyrant is invisible in that bush, and they are going to attempt something in the bot lane.
And the Wild Zack stalks its prey, readying the Elastic Slingshot, and will jump in here onto Kanaina, who will get stunned under the Flame Chompers as well. Percy shoved right against the wall, will be pulled forward by Tyrant Rex, but manages to get out with her life intact, forced to use both the Flash and the Cleanse in the process. But so far, no kills picked up by TA Spectre, and Noble attempt is going to wombo up Corn, and now the score is 2-0 in favor of Blue Team.
Yeah, no, that was definitely Corn getting a little bullied in this game, but that was really well executed on the side of CB to kind of layer their CCs to allow themselves to secure that kill without Sanguine Pull being cast, or maybe it was cast a little bit earlier. I wasn't looking top to know. The early Hex Tech Dragon is going to go over to the side of TA Spectre, though. Once again, like, TA Spectre is doing a good job at controlling the objectives early, and while they're behind, that was a really good counterplay.
Sanguine
Yeah.
Pool going to be used by
Oh.
Korn to dodge out on the brunt of that belly slam. Noble
Yeah.
attempts a full level up, has a really solid set of items as well in order to continue to push away Vladimir from this farm. And so this is going to remain a tough one for the top laner of TA Spectre.
Yeah, and I mean he's gonna have to watch out. Like you have a 2-level advantage on the side of Rush now. Noble is level 6. So kind of maybe expect an all-in here in a second before Vladimir gets his own ultimate. The explosive cask could get thrown.
Yeah, you now have to be very careful in how you approach the wave, because explosive cask could mean that you're pushed too far back for you to just be able to escape with your intangibility. That being said, you do get flashback up pretty soon here. It is in fact back in the possession of Korn, so that's something to watch out for. It will just allow for you to make maybe one more mistake before you're truly within lethal territory.
Not if you keep taking the regular cast. There it was.
Yeah, a lot of damage. A solid dodge, though, by Korn for sure, sinking back into their pool. And meanwhile, we get a nice rotation up here from King Rolly.
Oh, he missed the body slam.
Oh, though, yeah, the body slam just barely going to whiff. And with about a sliver of health, sitting around about 110 HP left, Korn will continue to farm up under tower.
Yeah, and you know you have the buff advantage still on the side of CB Rush. They are ahead by 1 buff, with that red being secured by Cade earlier because of that really well rotated play on Rutledge's part. So we'll see what happens next. What is the next Drake? It's Infernal, so I still got a chance to be right with my prediction. Both of us were wrong with our first blood predictions, though, I think.
Curses. I so desperately want to win that game. I love all of the money that I get for being victorious.
You're not supposed to tell people that we bet money on those things.
Oh, geez, yeah. Okay, there is no gambling occurring within the Blue Otter League. Everything is above the table. That being said, you better meet me out back here, Feedonomics, or I'm breaking your kneecaps.
Not again.
Not again.
But here we go. We do have kind of like a lull, but it does look like there is some action happening in the mid with some posturing. Pings were going out, but it doesn't seem like anything's going to come from it. I was curious. We had Rush on the enemy jungle side.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out here is not only is there quite a considerable CS difference being generated topside of the map, but Syndra is beginning to climb ahead a little bit versus Fossil Dyna here. There's the Elastic Slingshot, though, down onto Noble Attent, who's going to have to walk into River, body slamming away from the fight. Will be able to make it out without losing their lives.
Oh, and Cade to the 4th power is going to catch Tyrant Rex out, but miss the flag and drag. Could have been a lot worse for them if he would have actually landed the combo. Maybe at least force the slingshot, right? The low cooldown flash, as we like to call it in the business.
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit difficult for Noble attempt to rotate over, which is why I don't think it was so dramatic of a play. But definitely, Tyrant Rex has to watch out. Cade has been playing so aggressive in basically every single one of these matches. Ooh. And you need to continue to watch out for the Jarvan here, lest he come and try to take your life topside. We do see Tyrant Rex once again staying there in the tri-bush. He's going to try to make sure that Korn will be able to equalize at least a little bit so far. Hextech Ultimator already created there for the Vladimir.
Yeah, but you have Rift Herald going over to the side of Cade. Oh, and this is going to be... Oh, well, okay. Maybe not the most damage.
There's explosive cask, though. Yeah, Korn, though, manages to flash in such a way that the cask only forces him back towards tower rather than acting as an insect. So Noble Attempt has to be happy with just forcing out the summoner spell here rather than grabbing a kill.
Yeah, that cask is doing so much damage just like off of like looking at items. Yeah, I guess there is a little bit of AP on the side of Gragas at the moment, and he does have a level advantage. So
a little bit of AP. He's at Lost Chapters, Doran's Ring, and 2 stacks on a Dark Seal. That's pretty considerable for 10 minutes in.
That's true. And it looks like we're gonna have maybe a little skirmish over here for the dragon.
Yeah, Rel is trying to find a way forward. We see the zoning come through in the form of the Flame Chompers, but there's the Scatter of the Week going to land there onto King Bali, and there is Tyrant Rex jumping in with the Elastic Slingshot from the side. Knockup going to go down, and that Glacial Augment is going to help slow so many members of TA Spectre, but Kana Ina is just too squishy right now. Will be taken out. Paneer is going to kill CBR Rutledge as well. Cade going to fall, and everything is coming up in favor of TA Spectre so far, as Percy will also get charged and farmed up by Faisal Dyna. It is going to be 3 kills on the side of TA Spectre. CB Rush coming out of that one with the disadvantage.
Yeah, and now you have TA Spectre sort of taking control of this game, taking the lead. The objectives in their hands and everything like that. Not even a steal attempt on the side of Cade that time around. So we'll see what happens next. Vladimir is going to get a pretty good amount of damage off onto Noble there, despite being down a level.
Yeah, Cade is going to see King Rolly, and there will be the shield as he kites back towards town. Attempt exploding Vladimir all the while, though. Cade not even needed in the area. Will still be happy to witness this push, though, because he has the Rift Herald in hand, and this could be the attempt to lance back in and get even more gold over to the Gragas, who currently sits at 3-0.
Yeah, no, that was once again a really well timed combo there by Noble to make sure that Vladimir was not able to use any of his get out of damage free buttons.
Yeah, and we once again hit a lull state. No neutral objectives are really up for the tanking right now. And even if they were, I feel that TA Spectre have to be a little bit careful. They need quite a bit of priority established mid or bot right now to cleanly grab a third Drake. And so I think that is going to be where my focus is going to lie for the next few minutes here. Just on whether or not CB Rush will try to set up in River and get the priority necessary to stop this dragon stacking from occurring. This is quite the collapse, though. CBR Rutledge on the far side of the map here will get spotted out on a ward, and there is Ari in the area kind of matching up with the Syndra.
Here she comes.
To get to the blast plan. We'll be able to ride that over the wall into the waiting arms of Kana Ina, as we see the Rift Herald charge come through as well. Not quite enough to take first tower. And so far, things are going to remain steady once again. Nice rotation from TA Spectre to deter any sort of really dramatic play there. No dives will be made at the end of the day.
We were also both wrong on the dragon call, by the way. It's your favorite dragon.
It is my favorite dragon, actually. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. Oh, well, we may have a pause here in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. Yep, well, pause is still going to happen, so here we are, playing the waiting game.
Yeah, Percy is just getting all linked back up before we enter back into this one. Currently, there's about a 1,000 gold lead over to the side of CB Rush, even after that rough play that we saw occur after the second dragon fell. But you just have to be so careful. We've seen in these games, the small lead doesn't really matter. And heck, sometimes a big one doesn't matter either, especially if a team remains tenacious and sets up well around these neutral objectives. So right now, this is anyone's play. The one thing that really comes to mind is the fact that you do have a little bit more of an ability to force fights if you're TA Spectre, as that dragon stacking is becoming a real element of the game. We're about 2 minutes out from the third one coming through here.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about it right now, but 2 mythic items actually completed on the side of TA Spectre. As, goodness gracious, like, that is not bad damage coming out of Noble Attempt there. Like,
Yeah,
that's,
Noble
that's
Attempt.
pretty impressive.
Yeah, Noble Attempt there on the Everfrost as well is just able to tack on a bit more control of his opponent. If you're able to get the Vladimir into close range with the utilization of your explosive cask, you could definitely keep them with a nice placement of that Everfrost shot. So I'm really liking this itemization. I think from here on out, we're going to be seeing a little bit more tankiness unless Noble Attempt really begins to snowball and grab a ton of kills. All right, King Rolly is going to help catch out Kana Ina. Ina alongside Paneer, and now we see a split fight. Percy in quite a bit of trouble, will get bursted down. Jinx getting excited, and we see the chase come onto Nautilus as well, as they are going to look to find their ways back towards the tower. There is the dredge line, but it's going to be interrupted by Tyrant Rex, solidly putting himself in between the Nautilus and his goal of safety. It's going to be 2 kills bot side of the map for TA, and now Corn staying at relatively high health here, still just receiving waves under tower, definitely behind in most respects here, and maybe that will only continue as Cade comes up and helps with the dive, with Noble attempting taking all the turret shots. There's a Cataclysm. Somehow Vladimir staying alive right now, and there's an explosive cask though to finally shut this champion down. But at the end of the day, it's those kinds of plays that you need for TA Spectre to really regain dominance on all of these lanes. Fossil Dinah dashing forward, the Spirit Rush plus the W will be enough to kill the Syndra. And now with the score sitting at 5-8, it is the gold lead over to TA Spectre this time.
Not to mention getting set up to start for Dragon Soul in the next 6 minutes, because this is going to fall in like 45 seconds or less, right? Tyrant Rex is actually playing Zac like phenomenally this game. Banning out Twitch's kind of safety nets was definitely the play. It's like it really does do a lot to kind of hamper him, because all they're doing is forcing all of the CC down on him. I wouldn't doubt like an Hourglass would be a good buy if I was Twitch, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but at the same time, given that you're behind the Jinx once again, it might behoove you to just try to rush your damage items as much as possible to stay at parity regarding your output. Kind of going away towards a more defensive item can oftentimes be disastrous for the pace of an AD carry. We see a dive setting up topside once again. Cade really wants the kill this time after being punished so heavily early on. And even so, the turret shots are enough alongside the minions for Corn to still get a revenge kill as Tyrant Rex and King Rolly come on into the area. Kana Ina nearly getting stunned. There is one last Braum Q in order to get it set up, but maybe a little bit of overextension now from that support on the side of TA, as a huge scatter of the week is going to come down. Rutledge pumping out the damage here as we see the Zac passive get procced. CBR Rutledge will get the kill into Tyrant Rex now, and King Rolly is going to watch in horror as their play cascades into one more death for TA Spectre.
As Ari kind of looks to see if she can get anything. Oh, if he had Cask, I could totally see him going in on Paneer right now. Does he finish the recall? No, he didn't.
Side. Yeah, Greg is actually going to stay here. Noble attempt looking for a way to wrap back around and collapse onto these players of TA Spectre. That being said, the chase is mostly in the hands of the Jarvan, who will hit the Shelly up and try to start this Rift Herald.
So what was he like? Hey, what you doing with all that, Shelly?
Like, what you doing with that shell, girl? Let's go drop it on a tower, shall we?
Yep, and it looks like they are going to try to secure this, but it is getting kind of hairy right now.
Rolly, nice scatter the weak, but it does not matter. That is going to be kind of Ina going down, and now TA Spectre have full control of this one. Fossil Dinah low. Percy is going to pop ultimate, though, and all of a sudden, Noble attempt coming out of nowhere with the triple kill, turning that one around in dramatic fashion for CB Rush.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. But you do have Corn that's gonna try to do a lot of damage to this tier 2 turret. On the bot side, won't have enough to actually be able to take it with this push, but at least it's something out of nothing there in the top lane. They did get the kill on Rift Herald, but did not get anybody on top of it to actually secure it. So well played. Percy did that time once again get a really, really, really good flank, and was just undamaged. It's kind of the same thing as game 3 with Vayne, right? You can't let either of these ADCs do things for free, or else they're gonna try to take control of the game.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of a pivot regarding the game plan for the side of CB Rush now. We actually are getting a full AP Gragas build. That is Cosmic Drive as second item, and with a fully stacked Dark Seal, it is the reason why I was so surprised that Noble Attempt was able to turn around that fight around Rift Herald so dramatically. So he's someone to be watching out for sure.
Yeah, and sitting on a big 7-0 with a 1,000 gold total, considering his bounty is currently at 700 gold. So we'll have to see if he does fall, who he falls to, because that's going to be a big influx of money over to the side of TA Spectre when/if he dies.
Yeah, and you really don't want it to go over to some of the characters that currently have the most kill pressure for TA Spectre. Ari and Jinx are both monsters in their own right, 4 kills apiece right now.
You don't even want it to go to Vlad.
That's also true. Yeah, you don't want Vlad to come back into this one. That being said, that CS difference is just so massive right now. It's going to be tough for Vladimir to do a whole lot up when he has to match against the Gragas. There's a body slam over the wall. Everyone is going to try to chase down Graggy Boy, though, as we see the Glacial Chasm getting used. Flame Chopper is not going to activate quite in time, but the stun is still going to happen, and this will be the shutdown.
Exactly,
in fact, going over to Jinx.
Want it on.
Yeah, this is disastrous to CB Rush, as we see Fossil Dyna also on the flank here. Kana going forward, trying to get a little bit of CC down before he dies, but it will still be the Nautilus falling at the end of the day. Super Mega Death Rocket being utilized as well. The Gale Force forward, the triple kill as well onto Paneer, and they're just going to use the Get Excited passive to knock down yet another tower and continue the rampage down mid.
They need to go to Baron right now. Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing. They're going to get this free Baron at the moment. Syndra can't contest it. They won't be up in time to actually be able to stop this. This is looking kind of bad for CB Rush at the moment. It does seem like it might be going to Game 5 as of now, at least. You have the Baron buff getting taken. You have Cloud Soul up, so they could try to go for it, but it looks like CB Rush might be on top of that and get over there. You have to watch out if you're Gragas at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to try to
they're going
the
to
big board yet again. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly difficult to contest. We see the Elastic Slingshot forward. That's an incredible effort, Frost, though, lining up both Korn and Tyrant Rex and allowing for the top laner of CB Rush to get out alive here. The tower will still fall, but he is providing enough of a distraction for CB Rush to stop the dragon stacking for the time being. You're going to have to wait another 5 minutes before trying again for Soul TA.
Yeah, no, that was actually really well done to survive there on the side of Noble, making sure that you don't give up Drake Soul. A Vladimir that can run faster after he ultimates is terrifying, actually, because that just means that you have this supersonic speed puddle underneath of you.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I'm looking forward to see how TA Spectre really scales up and comes together here. Not only do they have some early game advantages that come through, especially with this Baron now in their grasp, but they've been doing such a good job of leveraging multiple characters in the late game to just be really coherent in team fights. And I think that that's still going to be the case, even with Korn falling behind so far here in the early game.
Yeah, no, Vladimir is just a really good champion even when you're behind. This tier 2 turret does look like it maybe is going to fall. I don't know if Percy's going to be able to get off any damage. King Rolly is a nice flank
though, and King Rolly's in a little bit of trouble.
But there's
Fossil get turned on for a little bit, but yeah, Fossil Dyna and Paneer back in the area.
But like we were talking about earlier, Twitch's damage really isn't good for one person without an ultimate. He's kind of built to do a lot of damage to a lot of people at the same time, but that was a good
great scatter the week to start this one off, but Kate is going to go too far forward and get bursted down. Noble attempt with the damage output here, and Kanaina is going to work as the frontliner, running so far forward and taking up so much. The shutdown of the Jinx will go over to CDR Rutledge, And now Corn on the flank, going to go forward with the Hextech Rocket Belt. There is the Sanguine Pool to help keep him alive, but he will not be able to grab that kill he so desperately desired against his lane partner.
Yeah, no, oof, that was a fun fight to watch. Once again, like, Percy had a pretty good flank there, but it just as soon as he showed up, I'm gonna stop.
Oh, another nice scatter of the week, and that is going to be Tyrant Rex getting interrupted outside of his slingshot. He won't be able to pull himself out of this one alive. There is a passive being procced, and the cleanup duty in aisle 4 is to be at hand. And all of a sudden, so many of these buffs have gone down, and CB Rush are able to breathe a little bit more and get back out onto the map.
Yeah, definitely get to a little bit of room to take a gasp of air in this match. And you have to wonder, does this kind of follow the same cadence of game 2, right? But for CB to be able to come back in the same fashion that they did the last game, Percy's going to have to get a lot bigger, I think. And kind of like what I was hinting on earlier, just as soon as Percy shows up in a team fight, they instantly just turn and tunnel on him. And it's hard for anybody on the side of CB to actually come back and help him out if he's so far off on his own flank.
That's definitely true. The bright spot for CB Rush is that they have a lot of other nice damage dealers. With Gragas pivoting towards this AP-oriented build, you still have a lot of burst potential even without the Twitch. But for sure, it will be the case that protecting the AD carry will be a top priority for both of these teams, as everyone is going to set up. We're about a minute before this next Drake spawns, and this could be the chance that TA Spectre needs to claim Soul.
Yeah, and you have Soul coming up in the next minute. So we will have to watch this next fight, and I don't know, Cade, I'd be careful.
Yeah, Cade really just has to work through a forest of wards here in the bot side jungle to really have a chance at getting towards the pit. That being said, CBR Rutledge has been popping off with these scatter of the weeks. So many great stuns into multiple members of the enemy team. If you're able to do that in a teamfight scenario, the follow-ups from the likes of Noble Attempt and Percy are just incredible.
Yeah. But it looks like we said, posturing on the side for Drake. They're not trying to commit onto anything until either A, it's the perfect engage, or B, like, they're going to just turn back and secure the dragon, which I think should actually be the play at this point. Stop, you're scaring me.
Yeah, the dragon is now up, and the rotation seems to be going over to topside for CB Rush. I think that they're just going to give up this soul. It's only movement speed, they say to themselves, but Jinx is going to get excited, and now it looks like there's going to be a meet up in the mid lane, and King Rolly walking forward. I think that for the time being, TA Spectre is a little bit suspicious of what's going on here. Ultimately, the backs are going to be channeled by the team. There is the catch out, and now we see Tyrant Rex jumping over the wall. There is the Cataclysm coming through from Jarvan. Cade is going to have to walk far back as he's losing a ton of health, but Noble Attempt will get the kill down onto King Rolly, but it is a trade of 1-for-1, and the Twitch is gone. He went on a flank attempt and is going to get punished for it here. CB Rush just going to have to back and lick the runes after that one. Baron is still up, but I don't think either side will try to chance at taking it right now.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I just I understand that you want more damage on Twitch, but if you have Hourglass, at least you have a chance to not die. And it's not like he doesn't have any AP scaling, right? That's basically it, because it's just as soon as he shows up and he's like, you know, surprise, he's dead. He's dead before he can finish saying surprise.
Well, I do agree. I don't really know how much stopwatch is actually going to help him. I feel that people are just going to wait, 2.5 seconds and then just go right back to punching the brat back down.
But at least you get rid of their initial burst, right? I mean, true. I like, that's all that I'm thinking is they're immediately tunneling onto him and exploding him. I mean, in my mind. But you have another DC on Twitch, so we are going to get another game pause. This is pretty This is pretty upsetting. It does seem like we're having connection issues.
Yeah, definitely not the time in which you want to be having these connection hiccups, given that we are deep into a banger of a series here. But I don't know, Feedonomics. Let's put it this way. You can spend your time thinking about itemization, thinking about optimal builds for these champions in this any given situation. I'm just going to continue to think about where Lilia's guts go, okay?
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. As we get to listen to the wonderful noise of Sweeper.
Oh gosh, it's just locked forever in the background. The entire screen has been put into a Zanya's hourglass. Maybe this is the sign from heaven that Percy really needs to go for that item.
Uh, but yeah, so we are trying to figure it out. We are going to switch over to our lovely faces again while we wait for this pause cue to finish. But like I said, kind of looking at items and everything right now, what do we feel like, Narco? How do we feel about itemization in this game? We know that I'm obviously like off kilter going, I think Twitch should build a defensive item like Hourglass. At least a stopwatch, chat. At least a stopwatch to attempt it once. Alright? That's all I gotta say. Um because at least you have a second for your team to actually help you out and get to the back line to save you, as opposed to just exploding and dying. Um, but with Cloud Soul secured a little bit of a gold lead, but like we talked about earlier, that's not a lot of a gold lead 30 minutes into the game. Um, how do we feel? Do we feel like TA is scaled enough to the point of where they're actually going to be able to effectively close this game out, or do we think that CB Rush has a chance?
I think that CB Rush still has a chance, but it's going to be at the expense of TA Spectre once again making a mistake more so than CB Rush just being able to cleanly scale up. That Jinx is so scary right now, Feedonomics. And at 9, 2, and 6, I think it's only going to get worse from here on out. They still got quite a ways to go before they're at full build. And so we aren't even seeing the full brunt of this champion yet. It's going to be tough to get through her. So I think that if you're able to burst that one down, though, you do have a solid shot at picking up a victory. It's just going to be at contrast to the choice of itemization.
Yeah, and we are obviously back into the game. So we will be switching off of our faces and back into that here now. Blue buff going over to Rutledge like it has been. The Scatter of the Weeks have been very good, like we were talking about earlier. And the combo of Scatter of the Week into Dredge Line was a very good combo last game. So we should see if they're going to take from some of that success as of last time. See, Gragas has finished his Soul Stealer. He has the movement speed from the 10 stacks. So let's see what happens in this lull of a game. As of now, you're having Twitch trying to come back into it. Narco, what are we thinking?
Yeah, once again, I think that you just got to burst down Paneer. She is just so darn scary. That champion is monstrous. You really are in a winning position, even though the gold gap isn't actually that substantial. You have to look at who the gold is being funneled towards. Remember, Corn is exceptionally behind right now. Even with that bounty in mind, they lost so much CS in the early game versus Noble Attempt, and as such, when you look at that lead, it is more like a 4K gold lead for the Jinx.
So, but the other question is like itemization. Do you think that it was okay for the way that Gragas went? And it looks like the next item they're going to be going is probably Horizon's Focus.
I think it's perfectly fine. I think that like when you are in this situation where you have to maybe think of yourself as the main carry and cushion the damage output in such a way that Twitch can scale up for the very late game, I think it's perfectly reasonable that you become a little bit more oriented towards AP. We're seeing a little bit of a turn here. TA Spectre is going to start at the big purple worm. There is the approach coming through for CB Rush, and we are going to see whether or not they will actually fully commit. That's a nice explosive barrel to push everyone back away from Baron. It will restore back to neutral here. So now it just becomes a matter of if someone will be able to get a solid pick. For the time being, it looks like CB Rush is just going to rotate back away, and like children waiting for the parents to walk out of the room, we see TA Spectre return yet again to the Baron.
Turn the Game Boy back on underneath the covers.
Yeah, and there's the hook to start things off. Glacial Chasm going to be what's answered right back, but King Rolia solo alongside Fossil Diana, but it doesn't matter. Corn will be able to take down Percy. Percy in turn will get a kill before falling, but now Noble Attempt is the last one left alive for CB Rush and will be forced away from this neutral objective. TA Spectre very much in control right now, and the Jinx is only getting more and more powerful, now at 11 kills, with the entirety of the board being set at 16-22.
That is completely fair, and once again, it's just it's the fight of the dive on TA Spectre is able to get to Twitch, and without any actual way to escape, he gets abused. 48 seconds until the more important dragon than your favorite dragon is up. And at that point, I think that either of these teams will be able to win the game if they can secure Elder Drake, right? Twitch is getting people like low enough to where the execute would be able to effectively work. But at the same time, if that goes to TA Spectre, I think that it's completely toast for CB Rush. They literally push down mid and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be the fight around Elder is enough to end the game. I don't think TA Spectre even need to grab this buff. We've seen them easily mow down so many members of Blue Squad without breaking much of a sweat. So with that in mind, it is going to be a very early attempt at this dragon coming through for CB Rush. They're all in the river, and they are just going to try to find a pick onto someone from TA Spectre to start this off.
Yeah. Like I said, the important part is we need to really watch Percy's positioning in this fight. Ari has her flash. That is the only like gap.
Iron Rex going in is going to get a nice pull down onto Noble Attempt and Kana Ina, who in turn will find a hook on to Fossil Dyna, but the damage is just too much to bear. Paneer on a rampage. Yep. Noble Attempt getting wiped out here. A triple kill for Ari and a clean ace. This is going to be TA Spectre with Baron buff running it down mid, pushing it down bot, and finding their way to a game number 5.
Yep, here we go. Game 5 series. You called it, Narco.
Pretty sure you weren't talking.
No, I wanted the Game 5 series. You're the one that kind of jinxed it by going, I think this will be a 3-game series. But that being said, I think the Vladimir actually completely closed this game out. Every time that Twitch died at the end, it was ready to go. Like he was the one that killed Twitch in those last 2 to 3 fights.
Yeah, the damage output, as you were talking about before the game even started, ultimately just became way too much for CB Rush to deal with. And in turn, this comp gets punished by pushing everyone to the limits now. Going to game 5, CB Rush have really been deflated here.
See game 5?
Yeah, they've lost so much momentum. It's going to be interesting to see who comes through. Everyone has to be a little bit tired. These have been some rough matches for sure. Very much a push and pull scenario. That being said, we just got a little bit longer before a true decisive winner is crowned. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, it will be for the final draft of the series.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it happen. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is a really, really, really like coveted series. Like game 2 was fantastic. Games 3 and 4 have also been very good. Stick around, don't go anywhere.
It's even worse than I thought.
Welcome back to the coveted Game 5 of the quarterfinals matchup in Platinum Blue Otter League between CB Rush and TA Spectre. This is exactly what I was waiting for, personally. I'm excited to see it. I don't know if you're excited to see it as much as me, Narco, but of course you are. You love League of Legends, right?
I love League of Legends more so than any other game here, Feedonomics, and I do love myself a game 5. My body is telling me no because I have not slept in like 30 hours, but my mind is telling me yes, this is going to reign supreme as a fantastic session between these two titans of gaming. CB Rush brought us to a solid 2-0 to start things off, but ever since TA Spectre has proven tenacious and clawed back so much ground here, it is going to go in a decisive direction now. Will anything change for this rat phase, do you think?
Yeah, I think that Jinx is actually going to get banned out, or Zac. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's those picks have both been doing a lot of work on the side of TA Spectre. I don't know what other ADC Paneer would play that would have such a impact, if that makes sense. But like I said, Tyrant has been playing very well on Zac, just to be able to jump on whoever he wants. But it may just be the same tried and true thing where we have the Lulu get banned next. There's Braum. Braum got taken out. That's who they valued more. So is it Lulu for the side of Spectre?
Yeah, I'm actually not too torn up about the Braum ban. I think that it was a very, very effective choice for a support there for TA Spectre, just given how much Paneer has become the focal point in these last 2 games, popping off on that Jinx. Maybe it is the case that with first pick priority, CB Rush is playing a little bit of chicken here, hoping to grab that champion for themselves here.
No. So now what ends up happening is you get a ban on one of the 2 other junglers that we've seen, and it gives a chance for Spectre to actually be able to lock it in. I would leave Rek'Sai open. I feel like Rek'Sai is less impactful than maybe Zac or Trundle. And then over on the side of Spectre, the last ban is most likely going to be Ornn. But once again, we've left it open. Kind of like I said, Rek'Sai is the jungler that they did leave open. Ornn gets banned out for the side of Spectre so that CB Rush can't get them. But okay, Ahri is the mid laner that's selected for the side of Rush, because I think that was one of TA Spectre's targeted bans in the first 3 of the last couple of games.
Yeah, and Fossil Dyna has been playing that champion quite well. That being said, you are allowing Spectre to go for the Jinx a 3rd time in a row. That is definitely what is being hovered here, and I think it will be confirmed.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a little bit worried about that, honestly. I think that this is the focal point of a lot of the strategy that TA Spectre has been employing, but maybe CB Rush feels that they could adapt, evolve, and go beyond what Jinx brings to the table.
There you go. Yep, I expected that as well. Rolly played a very good Nautilus in that Game 2 loss in the very beginning of it, and will be able to facilitate a lot of kill pressure early game for Jinx, I think, personally. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I agree. I really like Nautilus. I think that is high priority in all of these games. Means that not only are you getting a really solid companion for the Jinx, but you also are denying Kanaino, one of their big picks that they've performed really stellarly on in these recent games. Jhin is going to be locked in, so we are finally going to see a shift in that bot side for CB Rush as well. I like this selection here. I think that the utility that it brings to the team is just going to allow for damage to be spread a little bit more evenly across members of CB Rush, and hopefully take a bit of a burden off of the shoulders of the AD carry, who has maybe changed. Who is King Yeetloaf?
King Yeetloaf is the sub that they ended up going because Pierce was having connection issues last game because of their internet connection, so this kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I guess that would explain the pivot in terms of champion pool bot side then.
Yeah, no, that completely makes sense. I think I like Leona and Jhin together. That's also a lot of lockdown for him to be able to follow up with his own stun. And 4 bullets do a lot of damage.
Someone who really welcomes all the lockdown in the world is Dr. Mundo, though. That passive just so fantastic against the people so far chosen by CB Rush. You're able to shrug off at least one charm, at least one root, at least one stun. And so even though it was banned away in game one, we will finally see it emerge its head in this series.
Narco, just don't pay attention to Twitch chat right now. It's not important. Zach did end up getting banned out on the side of Rush, so once again, they did value that. Kane and Shin getting kicked out of the side for TA Spectre and their bans as well. So once again, their focus is going to be attack the ADC, and then they're not going to have enough damage to actually be able to sustain fights while Jinx gets her resets. And maybe that's the same thing that Rush is going to try and attempt with this Leona-Ahri combo so far. I actually kind of like Mundo into this comp, just because they do have a lot of CC, and Mundo's just going to shrug off the first one. So we'll have to wait and see what these last two picks are. Okay, Xin Zhao, like that's pretty good into a mobile, like a not mobile AD carry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing a lot less of the Xin Zhao recently. It just kind of fallen out of favors with the nerfs that came through back in, I believe, 12.5 or 12.6. And with that in mind, this must be something that Tyrant Rex is just kind of happy to return to more as a comfort pick more than anything else, especially given the fact that there are other high tempo early game junglers that can definitely slot into the same role that the XZ goes into right now. Obviously, one of them that has been knocked away is the Jarvan here, but at the same time, TA Spectre could easily have benefited from something like actually an Udyr in this situation.
And now we have an Aatrox getting selected. Also, these are for you, Capcom. I got you. I was waiting for the go ahead. I just wanted you to know. You gave me the all systems are go for the draft glasses, so they're back on for this draft.
Wait, you took them off for game number 5?
I was told to take them off until draft started. Narco, I'm apparently casting this last one solo. I don't know. I don't know what I've got going on right now. I'm sorry. I'm getting information from the big heads. Like they're just saying you gotta go.
What is going on? I am not looking at Twitch chat, as I prefer to carry the ship along without distraction for the most part. We do have the Nocturne and Victor locked in as the last two choices here. These are going to be the fated team compositions to bring these teams towards glory and deeper on into the Blue Otter League final series. We are going to be seeing some interesting dynamics, I think, around the jungle. Nocturne obviously just wants to try to get ahead as much as humanly possible in order to just reduce the cooldown on their ultimate and begin to dive some of these big carry champions. I really like that this is kind of a pivot that provides a little bit more attention towards the likes of Paneer there on the Jinx. Just being able to focus bot side of the map and get a single champion out of the fray here is going to be super valuable. We do have the Wombo combo with the Solar Flare from Leona being channeled into either Charms from Ahri or Nocturne just approaching to the backline.
All that I'm saying right now is Rush has definitely pivoted well to the point of where they are going to be ready to dive on top of Paneer in every single one of these team fights. Like, if Nocturne isn't focusing Jinx with these ultimates, I don't think they're doing it right. The champion has just been too strong right now. I don't know how well Tyrant's going to do on Xin Zhao here. He's been playing tanks for a majority of the evening, right? Actually, like every one of his picks have been tanks. I think it's been Zac or Trundle in these 4 games. So they're going to have issues actually being able to stay alive for the most part, I think. And I think that Ahri is a little stronger than Victor as far as the matchup is concerned, right?
Yeah, definitely think early on CBR Rutledge is going to have quite the advantage up against Fossil Dyna. This is a champion that is just able to remain mobile, get around the stun areas that Victor is able to create, and in turn charm on up the big robot man and hopefully fish for some kills. Therefore, Cade is going to continue to flow back into that strategy of just playing high tempo early on, but now he has to contend with the Xin Zhao, who will be able to match those ganks. That is for darn sure. A lot to watch out for. TA Spectre also, they just have the wins at their backs to a degree, and that is kind of what makes me very favorable towards the way that they have drafted this last game, with the Dr. Mundo being the only exception. Everything else very much flowing in with the meta, flowing in with what is expected, and I know that they have the expectation of one more win to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's possible that the reverse sweep can happen. But like I said, I feel like Rush, even with kind of how we feel about the bot lane in Twitch chat, I feel like they kind of have the stronger draft right now. They have just as many tanks, and they have more damage. They won't, and I don't think they'll blow up as easily. Like I said, I could be completely wrong. But I still think that we're good to go here. I do think that CB Rush stops the hemorrhaging on the last two, from the last two games, and comes out on top of this best of 3 series. Are you pushing against that, Narco?
You know what? As much as we value disagreement here, I think that it is only fitting that in this last game I throw my lot in with TA Spectre. It is not only going to be first blood going in their favor, but I think that they're going to be able to pull off that fabled reverse sweep that we're talking about here. It would just hurt so much to falter at this last hurdle, and so with that in mind, my heart is with them, and I'm excited to see what both teams pull out here. This is everything on the line. All the stops are to be removed. I'm super excited to see what comes out.
Who gets first blood?
I think we're going to see a gank mid. I think that we're going to see Ari overextend a little bit into the Victor, get stunned on up, and all of a sudden here comes Xin Zhao dashing forward, grabbing the kill.
Okay. All right. I think that it's actually going to be in the bot lane, and Jinx might actually get CC'd enough to die in the very beginning here. We do have the young Yeezy over here on Jhin, which I'm kind of having an idea of. He's a well-known name in Blue Otter League, so we'll have to see what happens. That being said, I think we are going to kick over to a small break here while we have a majority of the spectator delay, just so that we can save and consolidate our energy for the last bit of this best of fives. So please, once again, don't go anywhere, guys. Stick around. This is going to be an action-packed last game of the evening, and we appreciate you being here with us. Welcome back to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is the Blue Otter League quarterfinals for Platinum League. TA Spectre dragging it out and attempting the reverse sweep. Also, getting really sneaky. Gonna try and go for this again, but they're not gonna fall for it. King Yeetloaf was prepared.
Yeah, already everyone spotted out on a well-placed ward there in the tri-bush. So we will see the preparation occur. A little bit of King Yeetloaf just giving a few emotes here and there. And the wraparound is still once again fully spotted out. There are the pings, but I think that this is just going to be a conga line right back into the red side of the jungle.
Copy in the line. We'll walk through the jungle in time. Okay, I believe you. And here we go back to our regular jungle starts. This sweeper Oh, who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Yeah, level advantage. Let's go. Like we said, standard jungling starts this time around. We have a quick ward going into the top brush by Victor. Fossil Dyna just gonna make sure that they can spot that jungler when he roams up. No sneaky nocturnes.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty classic setup to game number 1, and I'm really happy to see it. I think that at the end of the day, no shenanigans means that people are going to be throwing down the gloves and coming in with what is just going to be a fair fight for victory. Whoever wins this one is, in fact, going to crown themselves as the better team from these two. CB Rush and TA Spectre have been in quite the dogfight up until this point. And that push and pull is going to come to an end, whether we like it to or not here, Feedonomics. Going to be exciting for sure.
Yeah, and, you know, Paneer already having to forced to use their potion there. Words are getting difficult after 4 games of casting, to be perfectly honest.
We are drunk on the drama, that is for sure.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect a reverse sweep tonight. So
Potential reverse sweep has not been confirmed quite yet for us.
That's true. The almost reverse sweep. We have some general safe laning at the moment. Nobody's trying to get hyphy here. A little bit of trading going on in the mid lane. Oh. And I mean, right now you have Yeetloaf ahead in CS. Ari is way ahead in CS at the moment, though. But I think it's just because this tower hasn't crashed yet.
Yeah, and this is about what is expected. Fossil Dyna will have to drop a little bit of priority here in the early game. Tyrant Rex going to go for the first gank here up against a noble attempt. There's the Umbral Chains going to pull Korn back in and force a flash out of the Dr. Mundo. And with Cade in the area, things are going to end up as a 1-for-1 as the melee will continue. Cade walking forward onto Tyrant Rex. He really wants to force the flash out of the Xin Zhao here, but with that turret shot, I think the Nocturne bit off a little bit more than they could chew. That's an unfortunate turn of this play for CB Rush, and all of a sudden, TA Spectre slightly on top now.
Yeah, that was maybe a little too proud if you were Nocturne there, but you know, this is obviously still recoverable early in the game. The first blood barely going over to Mundo. So we'll see what happens in this fight.
I'm really liking the brush control that we're seeing out of King Yeetloaf and Kanaina here. It's showing that there's definitely been some practice, or at least some interaction between these players before they know exactly how to work together. Nice stun into Root going down onto King Rolly, and there we see the Zenith Blade go and land true. The Ignite being utilized as well. Nautilus is going to be forced all the way back towards tower, and will desperately try to heal up and get out of lethal range there. But really solid setup and execution. CB Rush out and ready to get some kills here bot side. Turn things around. The dynamic of the last few games definitely not in the favor of Kanaina and a company. So I'm really liking this newfound aggression and utility.
Yeah, that was really well played on them to just kind of play patiently and wait for Nautilus to kind of overstep and force to use his escapes to get out. Exhaust still up, however. Here we go. It looks like we might have some action happening in the at the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Dragon is going low alongside many members of CB Rush. It will be claimed by the blue squad, though. And once again, we see teams putting a lot of priority towards that neutral objective. It basically goes down on a cooldown every single game and for every single dragon spawn, which is pretty impressive to see, that's for sure, Feedonomics.
Yeah, it has this series for sure. I am curious, and I do think that it is going to be Ocean Soul this time. We didn't guess on that.
I'm gonna stick with I'm gonna go with Infernal. Actually, let's mix it up a bit.
Okay, that's fine. But here we go. Like I said, we're kind of looking at CS right now. We're dead even in the top lane, except for that kill over on Corn is going to help him out quite a lot. We have a little bit of tradesies going on in the jungle, but nothing's going to come of it. King Yeetloaf is out of mana, so I don't know how much they could actually do if they wanted to get into a fight. I think that they're just going to try and shove this to the tower and then recall. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely an attempt at crashing the wave, but you have to note that given the combined forces of a Leona and a Jhin, you don't actually have much wave clear potential, and that means that King Rolly is going to be happy to kind of follow this team all the way back towards the tower here. Everyone is kind of able to regroup before we see the back actually come through for Yeetloaf and Kanaina.
Ooh, barely got that recall off. The electrocute on Ari. Most likely Conqueror on, yeah. Conqueror on Nocturne. Dark Harvest on Jhin. Love it. Love to see it. Then Aftershock on Leona. So pretty, like, expected runes on both sides. At least for the side of CB Rush. I haven't gotten a chance to actually check over here for the other team. Grasp on Mundo. Conqueror, Avery, Lethal Tempo, and Aftershock. So yeah, very much like traditional runes on these champions. I think I enjoy Fleet Footwork more on Jhin, but I can understand why you want to get as much damage as possible with the Dark Harvest.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Dark Harvest has actually become a little bit more standard, at least in what I've been seeing through solo queue. Yeetloaf here, clearly a trend follower, maybe a trend setter as well. We'll see. Noble Attempt going to have to pop their ultimate to try to get back towards their tower, but this is the 3-man gank. Tyrant Rex will be able to dash forward and take down the Aatrox with a little help from their friends. Solidly setting up the kills now for TA Spectre. It is a score of 1-3 as we see the curtain call get launched out there, and it will be followed up by an ultimate from the Nocturne. There's a flash forward. Paneer going to be taken out, heavily harassed by CB Rush. It will be a trade for a kill across the map.
And, I mean, it's also going to end up being the Rift Herald for the side of TA Spectre as well, so not going to let that go for nothing. A couple of flashes expended on the side of CB to secure that kill as well. What item do you want to see out of Nocturne? Do you think it'll just be a traditional Gore Drinker? Because I think that there would be a little bit of strength in Stridebreaker.
Yeah, I actually really like Stridebreaker Nocturne. I think that is a bit more preferable, especially given the fact that you're already going to be having the Gore Drinker built up on Noble Attempt. I think that going for Stridebreaker will just give you the nicest little bit of maneuverability.
Yeah, and it'll definitely help with being able to stick with the enemy team as well. Whenever you do dive down on top of them, or just maybe even walk up with a Q, right?
Yeah, for sure. We are going to see CBR Rutledge just kind of meet up wave high to the Nocturne here, speaking of which, but something to note is the fact that while the junglers are just making happy down bot side for CB Rush, there is a bit of a counter jungling attempt going through for Tyrant Rex right now. Has that Rift Herald up, but is currently sandwiched. There's the Umbral Dash over the wall. Noble Attempt going to catch out the Xin Zhao.
Already missed his W. Unlucky. Yeah, Noble's just gonna walk away. Though Cade and Kanina going to jump out on King Rolly.
Yeah, and there is going to be the dredge line utilized, but it's going to be answered right back with the solar flare. The flash over the wall, not enough to keep King Rolly alive, though. Cade going to cast their darkness and grab the kill for themselves. Now, 3 of those set up 100% kill participation for the jungler of CB Rush.
And now we'll see who was right with our predictions, if we were right at all. It's Earth Drake. Darn it.
You know, I could have just gone back and predicted that again.
I tried to set you up for it. I attempted. Looking at this though, like I said, that was a really other good patient effort on the side of CB Rush to make sure they secured that. And that's a dead. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a scary thing to behold when you are already so far up onto your build. The Hearthbound acts alongside the Iron Spike Whip already completed for the Nocturne. You are able to melt people at 11 minutes so frequently and so viciously here. So a lot to watch out for sure. Yeah, Cade is going to be a focal point from now on in this game, and his presence has really helped to stabilize a lot of the weaknesses that we've been seeing in CB Rush's early game, especially in these last few rounds. Huge solar flare going down, kind of going to follow down onto Paneer. There is the dredge line though from King Rolly in order to peel away this support from their AD carry. We also got some drama on the top side of the map. Curtain Call being utilized, and we will see King Yeetloaf pick off Paneer. And things really coming back up in favor of CB Rush now.
Woo. That was disgusting, honestly. The curtain call, kind of too strong there, and I think that even if Jinx would have been able to sidestep it, that Rutledge would have been able to follow up and secure the kills.
Yeah, if there's one thing that CB Rush has not been lacking for, it's that coordination. Multiple people of the team have always rotated over in order to ensure that plays go smoothly for their squad. Noble attempt going forward down onto Corn. We do have Tyrant Rex walking around though, but this 1v1 duel may be over first. Corn going to force the flash out of Noble attempt as the Xin Zhao does show. So ultimately, that will be a Mundo surviving and a Noble attempt losing their Summoner spell alongside Tower for their efforts.
Yeah, I mean, but I still kind of like what they're attempting. I don't know if I want them to actually go like the anti-heal item. Oh, that's another... Oh, that's rough, man.
No, this is what happens on this champion once you get to a point of strength. If you're able to get kills early, you're just all of a sudden able to press R and grab more gold over for yourself. And that was a great setup by CBR Rutledge as well. Once again, we see that Everfrost being constructed, a nice slow into Charm being utilized to keep the victory in the area. He's unable to get back towards Tower, and in turn, you see that rush in for a kill come out victorious for the Nocturne.
So let's see what happens here. I don't like that Cade to the fourth. Well, never mind. There are more here. So easily going to get all 4 shots down, but not a lot of damage. That's kind of what happens when the tanks take both of them, right? Not really going to have any chance for Drake to be up yet. We'll see who tries to control this upcoming Rift Herald. It'll be up about a minute before the dragon is. So what are you thinking now? Like, what do you do if you're on the side of TA Spectre? Because this game is slowly going to roll out of your hands unless there's a really good play like thrown your way, right?
Yeah, I think that you probably look for the Rift Herald here. I'm not really sure to what extent you'll be able to contest the Dragon, and I think CB Rush are so intent upon stacking these Drakes that they are going to be there very early. So maybe handshaking away neutral objectives here and trying to find a new way will be valuable. Paneer getting caught out and isolated away from the rest of the team. The Nightmare is at hand. Cade is becoming a monster on this champion, though he is forced to flash away as the wraparound from the rest of TA Spectre will bring them to his area. There's the teleport being used by Fossil Dyna in turn, and now with about 40 seconds before the next dragon, I think that we won't really be seeing too much focus being placed towards Shelly. Everyone just wants to party in the bot side river.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the teleport being used. We'll see, does Aatrox does not have teleport, so they're going to either make a play for this Rift Herald now, or kind of start working their way down to this team fight.
Yeah, I think they don't have the time to do it. Remember, Paneer just got back up and is running it down mid. That's going to be a big charm and solar flare combo to take out Korn. That's one tank out of the fight now. The flash force out of King Rolly. And all of a sudden, CB Rush back in the driver's seat. Charm. And Rutledge playing so well on the periphery of that fight, forcing the Xin Zhao to flash away, especially as Curtain Call comes down. The zoning is in full effect. CB Rush got control of the river as they so desire, and they will walk this one all the way down to the mountain, Drake.
Oh, that's rough. But it does look like they're going to try and contest. And I don't know if they have the HP to actually do this. Mundo is going to teleport in, however. And that might be exactly what they need.
Yeah, corner big
that
focus, but King
Jarmo.
Rolly going to get melted down. Kanaina going to be the one picking it up, and we will see CB Rush grab the dragon before Nocturne is just going to ult the back line. Isn't able to get the full kill down onto anyone. Tyranirex somehow managing to get out of that one alive. Corn, though, not so lucky, going to be chased down by the entirety of CB Rush. Cade will eventually grab one more murder for themselves, going up to 7-1 on this champion. This Nocturne so scary right now, and a CB Rush coming along nicely towards their ultimate game plan.
Yeah, and Jin playing a really well positioned game so far. But it's kind of unfair, right? Because the team comp is so much different than what it was whenever we had Pierce playing on the Rat, or even Vayne. Like, those team comps were designed to ruin the ADC. I don't feel like the team comp for TA Spectre right now is, so they get to kind of run free, and it looks like CB Rush sort of took a example from their book, and they're like, we're not going to let Paneer do anything this game. And it's working. It's kind of the same way in Game 2 where they took King Rolly out after he was ahead for them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really liking the evolution that CB Rush has brought to the table here. Maybe bringing King Yeetloaf in was the change that they needed to really just look at the ADC position with a fresh coat of paint. And in turn, they really are shutting down Paneer very heavily. It's always nice to have a Nocturne on that duty, especially one as fed as Cade is.
Of course, as a support main, you would act like all ADCs are interchangeable.
You know, I honestly was shocked to hear that people choose different supports depending on who they are playing with as an ADC. All these marksmen just kind of do the same thing. They just kind of auto attack fast and try to do damage and then blow up and die and then usually flame me.
I'm in pain. Literally in pain. I don't know if this is one thing that Camcom would, like, agree with me on, because I don't know what else they play other than Bard. Maybe they play Lulu. I think I remember that in passing, but I don't know, man. I kind of like playing multiple supports if I'm playing the role.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, for me and my silver perspective, this is what I view it as, right? You got a Tristana. The Tristana rocket jumps in and dies and flames me. You got a Samira. The Samira dashes in, dies and flames me. You got a Jhin. The Jhin walks over, wastes fourth shot on a minion, is killed while reloading, and then flames me. You got a Xayah. A Xayah puts down all their feathers, whiffs trying to get a root, and then flames me. You need I continue? I just feel that they're all exactly the same champion.
No, that's the same person. That's not the same champion. Narco. Like,
they all end up dead, having done absolutely nothing to benefit my game.
All right,
so,
in
retrospect,
retrospect, it's really weird in your games if they're like, wow, this support Talia did nothing and we lost, followed up by, wow, this tank Quinn left me in lane and did nothing and then we lost.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm playing full attack speed Taric a lot more recently.
I really don't know why I talk to you about these things.
You haven't played with my teleport smite Ivern support?
You won't lane with me.
True. Look, all I'm saying is you haven't experienced a true autonomous support until you ping your entire team to invade bot side while you walk top, you steal their buff, teleport to lane, and just walk out of there like a Chad with, that mana advantage that the blue buff gives. And then you have absolutely no utility spells by which to help your ADC. But honestly, as we've kind of established, do you even need to help that ADC out?
I don't know why I let you talk about this. Here we go, looking at items right now. I'm gonna go ahead and pivot the conversation back to the game. You have Ari with the Horizon Focus and Freezy Fist. I mean, it's Everfrost. It's not Freezy Fist, but that's not here nor there. We have Locket of the Iron Solari finished for Leona. That's pretty standard. Jin does have his Gale Force, and here we go. We got
Oh,
some
that is a
action.
huge solar
sorry,
flare.
Paneer.
Paneer gonna have to go golden. Will be out of this fight for quite the while. Cade going to dash right in, going godlike by killing the Jinx in turn now, and the damage output is just there for CB Rush. Kanaina soaking up a ton of damage, but Korn is at full health and will try to walk back through and rampage across the rest of the team. That is going to be Leona going down, but not before the double is to be had by Noble Attempt. So the top laners are going to grab double kills for themselves. Both Korn, the last one left alive, he will be the one ultimately falling at the end of the day.
Yeah. And it looks like Soul is going to be secured for the side of CB Rush, unless there's a super mega death rocket that comes to save the day, but it's even on cooldown. So we're going to look at Earth Soul for a Leona and an Aatrox. That's not a good time. And Paneer, this game, has absolutely been able to farm pretty well, considering the fact that they're 0-4, right? And I don't know, they did try to use the stopwatch there to see if it would help out, and it didn't seem like it would help out too much. So we'll see what happens now. I guess that item's just kind of dead at this point, because it's definitely not going to be a it's not going to be a hourglass for her.
And this Rift Herald being walked through topside of the map, I think, is just icing on the cake for CB Rush at this point. It really becomes a matter of how much more gold can you funnel across these carries, and can you grab an early Baron to really seal this game's deal?
Noble accidentally attacked that ward, so they know they're doing it at this point. But I don't know if they'll actually be able to do anything to stop it. They are going to try to go for the cheeky steal, but never mind. We're just going to go in.
Yeah, quite the melee has begun. Cage just ulting right back out of pit and going to get the kill down onto the enemy jungler alongside the help of Rutledge, who in fact get a double. What a fantastic orb under tower. Paneer and King Rolly are going to be running for the hills, and while we do have Dr. Mundo going for the split push across the map, it is cold comfort for TA Spectre as we see the Baron get started once again.
Yeah, that's really big there. I don't know if we've got a way to see this, but chat was asking to see gold per champion. I don't know if that's something production can do. They can talk on my ear and say, okay, good. Oh, and the super mega death rocket almost stole the Baron this time, though.
Yeah, very well timed, but it is not enough. That Cade is just on top of the world right now. He's hitting his smites, he is hitting his champions, and he is definitely pulling ahead in this one.
Why won't you call him Cade to the 4th power?
I feel that, that would mean infringing upon your comedic space.
It's not comedic, it's Cade. Like, it makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry, King Rolly.
Yeah, King Rolly getting rolled a little bit here. We see the charm to set up for the entirety of that fight, and you cannot outrun the RE. I don't care how many dredge lines you land, Nautilus will fall, and that will just help to cushion this push through mid even more for CB Rush. This is going to be at least a tower taken before we see them peel away.
Pushing, huh? That being said, we can definitely see why Rutledge's Ahri was getting banned out. Charms have been very good. Yeah. I won't say that it's just this game for them that's been going well. Nocturne has obviously also had a fantastic game. King Yeetloaf has done a good job of just staying alive, but here we go. We've got an engage on the side of TA Spectre.
Yeah, Dredgelight down onto Cade, but it doesn't matter. He, in fact, wants in on this one and go deep under the tower, going golden in turn. And now that we see the cluster come through, King Leetloaf will be able to kill the Dr. Mundo to start things off. King Rolly also exceptionally low here. I think that we will see the tower get whittled down before any more of a push comes through for CB Rush, but they remain firmly in the lead as they look to crack this inhib.
Yeah, and probably they'll crack the inhib and reset, right? Maybe rotate top. It's possible that they try to get that tier 2 as well.
You have a little bit of time before Elders, so I do like this choice by Yeetloaf and Noble Attempt to push top side of the map. Getting the tier 2 and then backing, I think, is still going to give you a nice buffer by which you can then just set up around this last neutral objective and hope to push the game in for the win.
Though you also have to be a little careful, right? Like, you do not want to get caught out. But
I mean, that's definitely the case, yeah. But honestly, you can play super confidently. The gold income has been fantastic for everyone on CB Rush right now. We see a nice little gold lead become the case for King Yeetloaf, not only in terms of the kills, but in terms of the CS.
Mm-hmm. That I do agree with. It looks like we have Corn coming down to match with the Ari there for a second, but nothing really came of it. We'll see if Rutledge lands another CC onto Tyrant, but it looks like he's going to try and back off to secure that with a smite. Yeah, look, we're still posturing up for another fight. It's pretty wild on how much action has happened in these 27 minutes, to be fair. Paranoia's up. I expect to see Jinx ulted again. Once again, Paneer just not able to do anything this game.
Yeah, Paneer has been so thoroughly boxed out. I'm really loving the strategy from CB Rush as they will try to fight once more. King Yeetloaf with the ultimate over the wall right now. Rutledge a little bit low, going to have to operate as the backline, dodging away from that Chaos Storm. And King Yeetloaf will go on a killing spree by killing the Xin Zhao to start things off. King Rolly also exceptionally low here. Corn walking back while on fire. And Paneer also very, very much in the hot seat up against Noble Attempt and company as we see a solid utilization of W plus Trap to snipe away the fellow AD carry on the side of Team Ambition. And in turn, with the 4 dead, CB Rush are going to walk this one down mid, wait for a wave, and claim their title of champion in this series against TA Spectre. They will be moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and definitely a hard-fought 5-game series, right? They almost gave it up to the reverse sweep, but it does look like, even with a little bit of resistance here, that they are going to fall on the side of TA Spectre. Hats off to them. They played a very good game. Not much Paneer could do. Not much Paneer could do this match. Like, completely boxed out and focused in that bot lane. Hats off. CB Rush definitely had a wise comp that they pulled out there at the end there. To make sure that they could close this series out, like, pretty dominantly.
Yeah, there were definitely some hiccups, some cracks that were forming, and I have to applaud TA Spectre for poking holes in the game plan that CB Rush came today with. But at the end of it, the malleability, the adaptability was there for this team, and they show why they're one of the top seeds within this Platinum division. Feedonomics, we'll be seeing them again next week.
Absolutely, yeah. I can't wait to see him as well. Gonna be fantastic to watch them go against the winners of the previous, like, the other match. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited. I don't know if you're excited. You should be excited. You love casting with me. I love casting with you. I love casting for Blue Otter League. 5-game series are always fantastic. Hats off again to CB Rush for doing the almost reverse sweep, but pulling it back in at the last minute. Hats off to TA Spectre for actually taking that to a 5-game series after being down 0-2.
And yet your hat stays on. What can I say about that, Feed? Okay,
it's
there
off.
we go. There we go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's late.
It's been a fantastic time watching this series, and once again, TA Spectre, they're bowing out in a very respectable place here as a quarterfinalist of the Blue Otter League Platinum division. They put a fantastic fight in the underdog status here, but CB Rush will ultimately be the ones moving on. For those of you just tuning in, we unfortunately are going to be closing out the broadcast here on behalf of the Blue Otter League, on behalf of Laggy Sun here on production, and on behalf of the lovely Feedonomics on color casting. I want to wish you all a very nice night. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We couldn't do this without you.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き